I think we need a tranquilizer gun. I think you should have a tranquilizer gun for the young man.
Welcome back to the Board of County Commissioners work session meeting on Tuesday, October 10th. We are reconvening to talk about vaccines, and Greg is going to talk to you.
Okay, here we go. I'm chosen, since I'm the chair of the Board of Health, it gives me a modicum of authority to speak on this topic. And I just want to say that it being the Halloween season when scary things happen, we've got Mistress Lisa Cohen, or not Lisa Cohen, Lori Cohen here to dispense vaccination shots live on television to Steve and Patty. And we're all going to watch for any sort of response or any side effect. But we should just get started with it. This is vaccination season. And the reason we get vaccinations, one, it prevents illness. It reduces medical visits. It reduces hospital stays right when there's an upswing of the flu. So you're relieving pressure on hospitals if you don't get the flu and everyone else gets it. It helps people with chronic conditions and actually is said to help relieve possible heart condition incidents for people if you get vaccinated. So I think vaccination is a great idea. A lot of people do. Steve and Patty have agreed, and John have agreed to join us today for vaccination. And Steve is going to take it in the arm today for us, just out of decency and respect for the audience. Okay, here we go, Lisa.
So when I served in the Army, we would stand in a line and we'd go through these lines and you'd be getting shots in both arms at the same time for anthrax and plague and smallpox, not smallpox, typhoid, probably typhus,
Look, you didn't
any
even
kind
flinch.
of a disease you could get. When are you going to give me the shot?
Right, yeah, exactly. And you get a Band-Aid with a smiley face on it
Nice
if you
job.
get your shot. Good job, Steve. He was a big boy there.
Look at that pretty smiley face I got on there.
All right.
Now, Patty weeps very easily.
You know, when I was in grad school, they had set up this vaccine clinic that was a walk-in clinic down this really long hallway.
Just walk down the
So
door.
you walked on one side and picked up a clipboard and filled out the information that you had to fill out with the clipboard, and then handed the clipboard to somebody else, and they handed you your Band-Aid, and you kept walking down the hallway, and you pulled up your shirt, and someone gave you a shot. The next person put your Band-Aid on, and you walked out the door without
That was
stopping. And it's just
easy.
like
That's
boom,
a
boom,
little
boom.
tiny needle.
Well
Good
done,
job,
Patty.
Patty.
Patty did not even cry.
The wasps at the wasps at Rifle Reservoir were worse than that. The wasps at
John Peacock is up next. He requested the large needle.
And now, Steve, we get to go home.
I'm feeling sick.
Oh, yeah.
I wanna go home.
Oh, come on, step
Maybe
it up. Did you
excusing
get yours
yourself.
yet?
Are you?
John, you're wearing the colors of my college alma mater. Oh, really? The Lumberjacks.
My high
I
school.
think Oberlin looks
No,
like
those
that
are the
also.
Green Bay Packers.
I was a gold.
Gold and green.
We had greens and golds, and I was a gold.
That's the Green Bay Packers, I thought.
Look at that.
Matches your shirt now.
Anybody else?
Anybody else? Rich, do you want yours? Hey, Rich, you
What?
want yours?
Okay.
Well, come on over so you can be in the
Oh,
camera.
you want to be on camera?
You have to have it in, you have to be on the camera. Come on over here.
Yep. No, seriously, we're doing
Yeah.
it on camera so everyone can see how easy it is, Rich.
The vaccine is viscous enough, or not viscous, so it doesn't have to be a big, thick needle, but the big, thick
That's a
needles are more
baby
fun.
needle.
So actually, on the information side, I got the high dose shot today, and it covers all 4 of the different variants of the flu. In previous years, the regular dose would cover all 4. The high dosage one would only cover 3 of the variants of flu.
Now
So
they both
this year,
cover
they
all.
have it covering all 4. So I got the high dosage shot today because they recommend that if you're over age 65.
Okay, here goes
I got
Rich.
the
Everybody
low
watch
dose,
close
not
up on
because I'm
Rich's
not
face.
over the
Everybody zoom in. What, he's done
Keep
already?
an eye on everybody to make sure we have no reactions.
I'm just upstairs if you need.
Okay, Rich, how many fingers am I holding up?
I got you guys covered. If anybody has a reaction, let me know and I'll leave the room quickly.
Right.
Okay, so that is our vaccinations for the day.
Thank you
So,
for
so
bearing
what did you
with us.
expect to get done today?
Now we are going to have Matthew Gillen present to us on the APCHA presentation on work plan and updates. Welcome, Matthew.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me share my screen.
You didn't know we had so much fun at our meetings,
I
did
did.
you,
It's
Matthew?
much more jovial than the
In City Hall?
Uh,
We take great
We all
pride.
knew that.
We knew that already, right?
That's why we invited you over, just to get the jovial side of government.
Okay. There we go. Okay, so, I can go, I'll go through the memo and I have some slides. But if you want to, veer off in any other directions, if there are rumors or concerns you've heard about and you want me to dispel them, anything like that, I'm just going to pass this round. This is just our, we only have 4 of them, so sorry.
Great, all right. No worries. I'll share.
You can pass me by. I have it.
You know this stuff.
So that's just our one-pager on APCHA, which we have at our front desk, which gives a nice overview of everything. And if you flip it over, you'll see it's in Spanish too. So we're really trying to do everything in English and Spanish as much as we can. So I will hit the basics, and that is how do you qualify for APCHA? So the 3 main qualifications are working full-time in Pitkin County. So that's at least 1,500 hours a year. So that gives you a little bit of flexibility in the off-season. So it's about 9 months. You use the home as your primary residence. You have to live there. And you can't own another home in the owner exclusion zone, which goes from all the way down the valley, from Aspen all the way down to, I think it's Parachute. And so that's you can't own another property there. So once you actually own the home, that's the only restriction on investments or on making money. So that's come up quite a few times in the past couple of years that people think that should be different, but that's what it is. There's no restrictions. So if you win the lottery once you own your APCHA home, that's great. Well, obviously we'd prefer it if you sold it and gave that community asset to somebody else, but technically there's no restriction on that. So once you own the home, there's no concerns or restrictions on further investments. Those restrictions and qualifications are basically the same for owning and rental. On the ownership side, the home has to be sold through APSHA. We have our own internal real estate process, so we act on behalf of both the owner and the seller, so you have to sell through APSHA. And generally, the home maximum sales price can go up by 3% a year or CPI, whichever is lower. So last couple of years, it has been the full 3%, which is CPI. But if you look at our historical data, which is on the website, there's been a number of years where its appreciation has only been like 1% or even less. So there are restrictions on how the sale price goes up, and that's what insulates it from market conditions. And again, this is in your packet, but I'll go through some of the numbers. So the total inventory is over 3,131 units. Of those, 1,654 are ownership units. And I know you know this, but I'm going to say it clearly. APSHA doesn't own those units. Those are individually owned just in any normal way by any normal owner, with the only caveat being there's a deed restriction on there which sets the cap on the price it can be sold for, and it has to be sold through APSHA. So the individual owner is responsible, just like any other owner, for maintaining that property. We have 1,365 rental units, of which a little over nearly 1,100 are long-term rental. So those are generally on 2-year leases. So we'll look at each person every 2 years to make sure they're still qualified. We'll look at their business records, their pay stubs, to make sure that they're still working full-time in Pitcairn County. And the other ones are seasonal rentals, so that's Maralt and some of the music school ones, so and Burlingame Ranch. So there's 275 seasonal ones. They also have a little bit of breakdown of where they are. I apologize, I should have flipped this because it says units within the city limits, but you don't care about that. You care about what's outside the city limits.
We just are on your opening slide. Is that where we're supposed to be?
Yes, you're
Okay.
just, this is me
You were
chatting,
pointing
and then
to
we'll move.
something,
Then I've got some very exciting slides
Okay,
coming up
great.
for
Thank
NC.
you.
So this is just me giving you an overview of qualifications and the size of the program.
Okay.
Hey, Matthew, can I,
Yes.
quick question, Francie, sorry. Does this inventory, it doesn't include non-APSHA homes?
Correct.
Right, so
Correct.
do we have any idea of what the non-APSHA inventory is?
That is funny. I just wrote, I think, to Liz over here yesterday, and I said, do we have a guesstimate? And I phrased it, number of people in Pitcairn County living in deed restricted housing. I've heard 30% is the number I've heard, but I was wondering if we could actually get some data on how we've arrived at that. Well, it wasn't even us. That's the number I've heard on how we get to that
Right,
number.
got it.
How do we get to that?
Will Ashley and Heather Henry's group?
Yeah,
Maybe.
it's
That'd be a good
really,
number to
it really
find
gets
out.
tricky because, there's APSHA, there's everybody else. Are you counting the number
Individual
of people in the
employers,
house, the number
businesses,
of
yeah.
units? So it gets really tricky really quickly, and we don't necessarily have access in one spot to all that data. But I think that is something we should get a better handle on, is
Yeah.
what percentage of
It
people.
seems to be a perpetual question.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
If I could follow up
Yes.
on that, something like the Aspen Fire District has the housing
Right.
at the North 40, which is their own housing, they paid for it.
Correct.
But do they go through APSHA in terms, or
They,
is
the,
they
the
totally
fire district does
control it?
not, the school district and the hospital does, so, it gets very tricky on who does what. And then the other thing to remember about the rentals is there's very few properties, there's only about 270 properties which APSHA directly manages. So there's Truscott 1 and 2, Smuggler Apartments, and what's the other one? Aspen Country Inn. Those are the ones we actually directly manage. So we do the leasing and maintain them. All the other rental units are privately owned, but we do the qualifications. which you may have seen that in the paper a couple times. So there's a dual qualification process. They have to qualify through APSHA, and then they can do the lease. But that private landlord can renew the lease according to all the normal Colorado tenant-landlord laws, which are actually pretty landlord favorable. So they don't have to give a reason if they don't want to renew somebody's lease after a year or two, which can cause some confusion. So we're doing the qualifications on most of the rental units, but we're not running the leases or maintaining the properties. Okay, I'm going to go to the first slide. Okay, so this is just the structure of APSHA. As you can see, we're actually quite small. We have 16 employees there, and down at the bottom you'll see just how labor intensive it is to manage properties. So we have 4 positions on maintenance, and we have 2 property managers running those 270 units. So, and that's out of a staff of 16 or so. So it's very, very labor intensive to manage properties, to run them, to do the leases, to do the maintenance. So I'm just pointing that out because all those other properties, the city and the county, you're getting a good deal because there's actually very few people on staff running this very large program, because most of the properties are privately owned, either rented out or privately owned individuals, people living there. Okay, now this is the revenue. So this is the budget request for you guys. So if you go down there, it's the county subsidy, and it is, let me read that, 810,300. And then we have the pulling that out year by year. So that's going to be, the projection is that'll go up a little bit every year for the next 5 years. And then we have a few other revenue streams through APSHA. So we have the management fees on the properties. We have unallocated revenue, so that's the application fees we get in, any fines we might have, and we get revenue from the rentals. And then also we get reimbursed by the city for some of the facilities maintenance payroll fees. So there's a couple other revenue streams in there. Any questions about that? Okay. And then here are our expenses. So administrative, which is what you guys are chipping in for, is a little over half of it. And then if you look at that capital fee for 500,000, that stays the same. We try to keep about 500,000, and that's kind of APSHA money, and that enables us to buy properties when they come on the market, which we then put into the inventory. So we were able to buy 2 properties at Woody Creek this past year, which we are going to scrape and replace using that money, and then sell back into the inventory, and then we'll get that money back. So it's revenue neutral, but it gives us that flexibility to grab properties when they come up, as we say, on the courthouse steps. We did that twice last year, which was great.
So in future years, you have 0, but I presume it will still be.
If we spend it,
500 some
exactly.
odd thousand every
Yeah.
year, just rolled forward. If you don't buy a house,
Exactly.
the money just moves.
And the plan is we get that money back when we sell it, so it's self-perpetuating. So that's why it's zeroed out there.
Oh, so when that house closes and sells, it'll show up.
It'll come back into that pot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is the one supplemental request, and this would be split 50-50 with the city and the county. So this is a request for one full-time employee. We've seen in the past year or so, there's been a lot of talk and a lot of concern, both with you guys, with the city, the APSHA board, about how do we work towards maintaining our existing inventory. And as I mentioned, the inventory is mostly held privately by owners who then work with their homeowners associations to maintain the properties. You'll see as I continue, there's some work we're doing with homeowners associations. But the idea of this request is for somebody dedicated on staff to develop relationships and expertise on working with homeowner associations and working with the community on outreach, both selling what APSHA is doing and also receiving information back. So I've pitched it as an outreach coordinator with a special emphasis on homeowners associations. So I want them to really get to know the homeowners associations, develop expertise on best practices, and really listen to them on what they need to maintain their properties, which isn't to say we're going to be fixing everything for them, but to help them develop that knowledge. So down at the bottom as well, you see we're doing a capital assessment, which you'll see a little bit later on the slide, which will be hopefully getting a lot of good information on the state of the properties under the APSHA umbrella, and then we can work with the homeowners associations the best ways to assess that, hopefully through their own mechanisms, their own resources, but maybe there'll be an opportunity later on for the city and the county to chip in. But that's a separate policy discussion. Right now, I want to have a better idea of the capital reserves needs, who they are getting to do work on their properties, what they need from us. And this is really an extension of things we've been doing for a number of years, but I think it needs a lot more work, a lot more depth. For example, earlier in the year, we had an HOA lawyer come out to do a lunch and learn session at City Hall, and we had a great reception from that. And there's a real desire and need amongst the HOAs to get better at their job and know what they're doing. Because I think the thing to remember is these are just normal citizens who are being asked to maintain these properties. That's how HOAs work. So we need to give them the tools and I'm not going to say resources, we need to give them the tools to look at what they need to do and help develop best practices.
Can I ask you?
Yes, ma'am.
So the $400,000 that we allocated recently for maintenance
Yeah.
programs, that does not include the analysis of what work
No,
needs to be done.
that's-
So those are self-generated improvement requests
Correct.
by homeowners.
Correct. So this is working with the homeowners associations, and then the Essential Grants Program, which we'll get to in a minute, that's for individual homeowners, and it's not on shared structures. It's for inside the home.
Okay, and so let's say we get this person and they do an analysis and they identify within a bunch of HOAs a lot of work that needs to be
Right.
done. Then what?
Then we have a robust and deep and painful policy discussion with you guys on what to do next.
Yeah.
I want to back up a little to be really clear.
Yeah. Thank you, Kelly.
Because separate but related to this, all three of our bodies this year at retreats decided that the capital reserves issue was the priority. So APSHA has an RFP out to procure the capital reserve study. So this staff person is not doing that study. The staff person will be associated with this study and all that, but I just want to be clear that they're two separate things.
Right.
And so what is the study going to do?
Well, the
That's
study
where you're
here,
headed, okay?
I
guess
just didn't want you to think
Yeah.
that person was going to be,
No.
like that staff person is not, we're not asking that they have that expertise to
Correct.
actually run the capital reserve study. That will be a separate contract.
What
Depend-
expertise will they have?
Pardon me.
What expertise would this,
I'm looking, I think, for more expertise on community engagement. I think the HOA stuff can be learned based, we look at best practices through HUD, and there's a lot of resources online, but it's really about developing relationships with the HOAs and listening to them and getting a better idea of what the problem is, and also going out to the HOAs and making sure they are aware of what APSHA is doing and it being a conduit back to us so we can develop relationships with them to move forward and see what we need to do.
Okay.
And this is the, okay, yeah, okay, perfect. The sequencing is perfect. Great. So this is the Capital Reserve Study RFP, which is open now, right, Liz?
Yep.
That's Liz Axberg, who's the housing policy analyst for the city. And Liz pulled this together. Thank you very much to Liz. Do you know how many HOAs we have under the APSHA umbrella? Depending how you count it, it's anywhere from 60 to 80.
Oh,
It's
God.
a lot. So, which is why we decided that it would be worthwhile getting a private entity out here for a week or two to do them all together. And we can actually pay for that with APSHA funds, not with dedicated APSHA funds. It was last done in 2011. We've had a lot of feedback from the community that they didn't really like the way it was done last time. So we're not going to hopefully hiring that same company. So we've learned a lot from 12 years ago. But the idea is we would get a company out here for a week or two. We would be working with HOAs to look at their capital reserves and develop a long-term budget for each of the HOAs, so they have a much better idea what they want to do. So that would be assessing the need. Currently, each HOA is responsible for their own maintenance, so there's no policy decision or commitment at this point on how to solve the problem. This really is a step towards seeing what the problem is. So that RFP is live now, and we are having a pre-bid meeting on November 1st. So a couple weeks from now, we'll be having a pre-bid meeting, and we will see who is interested, and that's up on BidNet and all the normal places.
A week seems short for 60 to 80 HOAs, especially since
Yeah, I think
most
it might be
people
longer. That
have
was-
day jobs.
yeah.
So they can't meet during the day, probably a lot.
We'll, we'll see how that works out. But I mean, I was just trying to say, we're getting somebody out here to do the job rather than trying to,
As long as it takes.
right, don't do that.
I'm also curious if we will have HOAs whose books just aren't clean enough to
Yeah,
work
No
with.
doubt.
yeah, I'm sure, and that's another, scary but important data point is, just maintaining your books correctly. So that'll be very interesting. It hasn't been done in over a decade, and I think when it was done, it was not highly successful. So I'm giving it another crack.
Did you say not highly discernible?
Just successful, not highly successful. Yeah, so we're hoping for a much better effort this time.
I have a copy of the state statute for homeowners
Oh, great.
associations
Yeah.
in my desk drawer if you'd like.
Yeah, is
a
it big?
copy of
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing we need to make sure when I go back.
There's just some fundamental rules that
Right.
homeowners associations do not know they need to be followed.
Exactly.
Yes, I
And
was
that's
going
the
to
kind
say,
of
most
post-
HOAs operate as though they are kings and have no rules.
Yeah, exactly, like noticing of meetings and minutes
Right.
and all that stuff, the fundamental basics that they don't have a clue.
And that is something the outreach coordinator,
And it
Will make
leads to
people aware.
lawsuits from homeowners
Yeah.
that sue their homeowners association, who sue themselves
we've had a couple,
technically.
there's a couple of those going on in the APSHA umbrella right now.
Yep.
Which is a shame. And they want us to arbitrate. This
Stay
is
out of
not
it.
our role, not our role.
Stay out of it.
Okay, so that is, so we just talked about HOAs as a body. Now, this is for individual homeowners. So this is the Essential Repairs Grant Program. And I'm going to give a huge shout out to the Board of County Commissioners because we came and asked for $100,000 and you doubled that up. And I was hoping that would create a bidding war with the city. Didn't quite go that far, but
We did up the ante a
you
bit.
did. So now we have much more money to go with, and because of that, we've doubled the amount of money each qualified owner is going to be eligible for, from $5,000 to $10,000, which I think gives a much better much better focus scope for people to do the work. And we are hoping that this is going to get live in the next October 16th. We had a nice chat at the ABSHA board meeting last week, and we're going to keep it open for a little longer before we make any decisions, and then once that window is closed, if we still have money left over, we'll keep it open on a rolling basis. based
So
on
you've had
everything.
applications.
We've got our application ready. It's not live yet, but
Oh, I see.
we're very close to pressing play on this and seeing what happens.
Will everybody get a copy of the application? Everybody in
I actually
APCHA?
have a copy.
No, I mean in APCHA.
Yeah.
Everybody will be.
We will let people know that it's open, and we'll have it on the website, and they can come in. But we're not
Okay.
going to be sending it out to
But
everybody.
how will they know?
We will tell them. We're going
How
to.
will you tell them?
Well, there was an article in the paper today, and we will be doing more outreach. We're meeting with the City of Aspen Communications people tomorrow to follow up on that, and we'll be putting out on email and social media. So we will be
Okay, so
pushing.
it'll be on email and.
We will be pushing every
And
possible
do
button
most
to
of
put
the
that up.
homeowners have email?
Hope
Most
so.
of your people
Yeah,
have email.
I hope so. Otherwise, I don't know how we get in touch with them. But yeah,
Yeah.
I have email. Yeah. So
Okay,
there was
great. Thanks.
there was a nice article today, and we're going to be pushing that out more to make sure everybody knows about it.
Thanks.
And as well as, I think the thing I really want to stress about this is, it's great that we're giving people money. Giving people money to do other homes, that's great. But in many ways, more importantly, is us getting knowledge back from the homeowners of the problems they're encountering. Are there particular contractors who like working with us? What are the repairs that are necessary, and getting a much better understanding of what individual owners are looking at. So that's, as well as, the joy of giving people money to help do up their home, I'm also looking at it longer term to get a better understanding of the situation with our lower income residents, and hopefully understanding better how we can address that in the future.
Question
Yes,
about
sir.
criteria for use of the grant. I'm not certain who will come in and what they'll be asking for, assuming it's for essential repairs.
Right.
But how do you discern what's essential and
How
what's
did we discern?
aesthetic versus?
No, we have a definition.
And does it have to contribute to increasing the value of the home or the livability or?
Yeah, we have, excuse me. Yeah, so we have eligible repairs that are necessary to improve the health and safety of living conditions for residents. Repairs are accepted based on this definition. Repairs must occur after the time of application. Okay, so it is health and safety versus looking fabulous. So essential repairs, and we have some examples. This is not a exhaustive or a list that you can't deviate from, but we've got examples: furnace or water heaters, hazardous plumbing or electrical conditions, roof hazards, heating issues, flooring hazards, accessibility modifications, ramps, grab bars, shower replacements, septic systems, window repairs, ceiling repairs.
Can we, I'm just wondering, is there a criteria about, we're pushing to electrify? Thank you.
I'm glad I should have mentioned that. We actually, we are going to be working when we get these in. We've reached out to CORE, and they are very interested in sitting in with us to guide the process a little bit and make suggestions on replacement of appliances and any other more technical knowledge. So we have a good relationship with CORE. We look forward to working with them on this, and we'll see how that goes.
Great.
And the only other thing, I just want to stress again that this is for individuals, not for HOAs. So this is for individual homeowners.
Does it have to go through the HOA?
No.
So if Patty wants to rip out her black marble bathtub and put in a pink marble bathtub, does that qualify?
I mean, I don't want to judge people's design choices, but no. That would not
The blue one I
count.
want to replace
Oh, the
with
blue
pink.
marble, okay.
That
But your roof
countertop
might,
is
if you need help
holding
with
her
your roof.
walls up on either side, so she can't.
Mm,
Need my roof done. No, but what about Northwest Cog's weatherization program? Have you
That
contacted
is a good, that is a good question. Love to see if anybody comes in and how, what we want to do with that.
There
I
may
would-
be some combination
I
of
would-
assistance there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
we-
give them a call. They do great work, and they now have a resource, a warehouse now over on this side, so it's easier for staff to be able to service communities in the Roaring Fork Valley.
Great, thank you. And we have a prioritization matrix for that initial slew to see how they come in, and then if we don't exhaust all the funding within that first run, we'll just keep going until it's all gone.
Great.
Thank you very
It's
much
gonna be a
for that.
great program to see
Yeah.
how it works.
Oops. Okay, so that's the end of my slides, but I have two other things which I wanted to go over with you and then open it up for any questions you have. Excuse me. G3. So we have another program which we're revamping per the APSHA board's instructions last week, and that is we have pulled out, well, we've given ourselves authorization for 5 properties to be sold outside the normal lottery. And that is under, we're calling it our right sizing pilot program. So that is people who have a big house can then buy somebody who has a small house, and they can basically buy each other's houses. So that's been live for 6 months or so. We have not had anybody bite. So we're relaxing the criteria a little bit based on occupancy per the APSHA board's instructions last week. So we'll be bringing it back to them next week to relax the criteria a little bit and see if we can get some people. And I think it was a smart choice to keep it narrow to start with, because you might as well do the minimum and see if anybody bites there and then pull it back. So that was a conscious choice by the APSHA board, and we've told them it hasn't worked, and so we're going to try again. We do have some people who will probably be interested under a slightly more relaxed criteria, and we'll see how that goes. So that's 5, and we had to put that in the regulations because the regulations are very clear that about the lottery process, and since we're going around the lottery process, that had to go in the regulations. So it was a little bit more bureaucratic than we had anticipated at first, but I think it was good in the end because it's very clear on how we're doing it.
I wanted to ask a question about
Yes, sir.
that. Just the process that goes around the lottery. From reading the packet, I was under the impression that buyers and sellers could pick each other and
That's
would
true.
have to find each other.
You have to find each other.
There's back when I was more familiar living in affordable housing, one of the issues we had in a neighborhood was that a seller could choose who the buyer was outside of APSHA and outside of community scrutiny. And what ended up happening is a black market.
Right. And that's why we're keeping
Okay,
it.
please describe how you're going to
That was,
fix that.
so that, the lottery was designed to combat that. And then this pilot program, the sale is still done through APSHA, but we are under the criteria of the program. Somebody wanted a smaller house would buy, somebody would buy down, and somebody wanted a bigger house would buy up, but it would still be done through APSHA. And we have strict rules on all the transactions having to go through us.
Got it. So the opportunity for handing money under the table was
Minimized
reduced.
as much as we can.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, because you could see how a market develops there.
Right. Right.
I remember at one of the board meetings, we talked about having some kind of notice board or something so that they could find each other. Is that actually happening?
We have put people in touch with each other, but initially we wanted to try and keep the administrative burden as light as possible on staff rather than us playing matchmaker. So in years to come we might want to revisit that, but initially we were trying to keep it, since it was a pilot program, trying to keep the new work for staff at a minimum.
And I just would comment, that problem still exists depending on like the deed
Covenants,
restriction.
right.
Yeah, so like North 40, there's still, people can go and, people still go around and give notes to
Yeah.
residents of North. If you ever sell, please call me first,
Right,
kind of
sure.
situation.
Yeah.
I will ask for clarification, does that go away when the new deed restrictions, like, so if someone in North 40 buys today, would their new deed restriction require that they have to list through APSHA?
Yes.
Okay, so over time, hopefully that problem
will
gets
change,
more
right.
minimized.
And we did have, I will address one thing, we did have a public comment a couple of weeks ago asserting that on the rental side that there are bribes being given to get access to APSHA rentals. Our chair did follow up with the citizen on that, who provided no data and no actual cases, and bribes were actually plates of cookies, not large slabs of money. So that was the assertion that people were being bribed. Upon further examination, the citizen did admit that it was cookies, not money. So
Well, wait a minute, if you've ever had Kelly's cookies, that's a good one.
so we're not, if anybody's aware of any money changing hand under the table, please go to the police. We don't think it's happening. But if it is, this is a serious matter, and please go to the police and report it. So that's the right sizing pilot. Okay, and then I just wanted to talk, and we can zoom off in a couple different directions, however you want to do. I want to talk about communications and compliance, because those are two very big things within the community which we're working hard on, and we look forward to doing a lot more work. So we do, I had it in your packet, we do we've been doing the past couple of years a newsletter 3 times a year, which I think is great. It's one of the, it sounds silly because we don't do so much like substantive policy work, but I think that's actually the thing I'm most proud of in my 2 years on the job. It goes out 3 times a year. We get a phenomenal open rate, over 60%. We do it in English and Spanish, and I think it's a really good way for us to connect with the community. And
I like your reference to Barbie.
I reference Bobby. Sometime I write it, and then I take out 90% of my silliness, and a little bit stays in there. But so I'm very proud of that. We've revamped our Facebook account, and we've done in English and Spanish. We've done Facebook Lives on a variety of topics, which is all great. And we've done coffee out. We've done some coffee hours with HOA reps and with local residents. That's all great, but I don't think it's enough, and we look forward to developing more. We have a new relationship developing with the City of Aspen Communications Department. They've kind of revamped their model, and they have a kind of a business partner model now. And we're very lucky that fortuitously Carolyn Zachariason was assigned to APSHA. So I'm sure you all know Carolyn has worked as a reporter up and down the valley for many years and knows APSHA very well. So we're developing a communications plan with the City of Aspen. Carolyn has a lot of good ideas, and we're hoping that's going to be a long and fruitful relationship, which finding ways to get better access to the community and letting them know what's going on and dispelling certain urban myths and concerns. So really want to highlight that as something we're going to be working on in the next coming years, really digging in strongly soon. And we'll be coming back to the APSHA board, I'm not sure when, in the next few months with a communications plan. But in the meantime, Carolyn and I are meeting every other week, and we're working on some stuff as well. So there's a lot more work to be done. I'm pleased with what we've done in the past 2 years, but it comes up at the APSHA board meeting all the time, and we're going to be working on that. And then the other thing I wanted to hit was compliance. You guys last year approved a new position, compliance manager, and we were very fortunate very, very fortunate. The woman we hired is a former FBI analyst and lawyer, so it couldn't have really been any better. And Jackie is doing 5 random audits on owners every month. And that's really to push back against this narrative that everybody's cheating. She's going to be coming to the ABSHA board next couple months to give her initial readouts, but we're asking for people for a very simplified requalification. Just look at their tax returns and a few other things. There's stuff they have on hand, and then we just ask them for that. They give them to us almost all the time. Everything looks great, and if there's any other problems, we'll follow up with them. And then Jackie's also been working on a few other compliance cases. Compliance it's difficult, it's hard, it's necessary to maintain the vitality and viability of the program, and it's really difficult because people are desperate for housing, and they don't like it when we start questioning them, when we politely ask them to show that they're working full-time in Pitkin County, and it can get contentious. I'm working with my staff on working with the public. We've got a number of programs coming up on dealing with the public, but we're hoping to work with the City of Aspen. Their Parks Department has a long-term relationship with a facilitator trainer on developing public outreach and public interaction skills. So I really didn't want to do just like go do this 2-hour online course. Now I can tell the board we've taken customer service training. So I'm trying to develop some longer term relationships. So we'll be meeting with this gentleman in November when he comes out to Aspen to do some work with the City of Aspen Parks Department. So if you guys get questions or concerns on compliance cases, or if you have a concerned citizen, please reach out to me. I'll give you the facts. I will not necessarily, I probably won't change the decision, but I'll tell you how we came to that decision and let you know clearly what's going on with this case. Please reach out to me if you have anything like that, and we'll discuss it, and I'll tell you what's going on. Because I hate to say it, but the version you're getting from the concerned citizen may not be the whole story. So, but I'm happy to do that. That was all I wanted to hit. What else? Kelly?
I just would comment, there is a regularly posted
Yes, thank you.
compliance report on the ABSHA website. It doesn't give a ton of detail, but it does let you see the types of complaints that have been issued and sort of the volume that ABSHA is processing, as well as if something's been resolved, what the resolution was. I'm not sure if someone has a question about a specific case number, if they were to call ABSHA,
I get that too.
if that would resolve, but you can talk about that. But it is something that is regularly posted for everyone to sort of see how the compliance program is working.
And people generally will put in a complaint for us to investigate anonymously, which means then that we can't go back to them and tell them what's going on. And also we have to balance letting the person who complained know what's going on with protecting the privacy of the person who may or may not have had a problem. So there's a balancing act there, and I think we do a pretty good job of that. But not everybody who complains is going to be satisfied with our answer, because we are protecting the privacy of the person who we investigated and checked out. Yeah.
So is there been any discussion about bringing Pitkin County's communication department in on efforts with the city?
Yes, and I believe Carolyn did. I can't remember the person's name, but did drop them a line. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make
I
sure
saw Marcy
that-
on the way in, actually.
Yeah, we need to stay in that loop if we're
Yeah,
going to
we
be
will.
developing a program with
Yes,
the
yes,
city.
ma'am.
Whatever is appropriate for the county
Yes.
side would be great.
Well,
Thank
I'll
you.
make sure that happens. That was...
Great, thanks.
I'm going to keep myself pat on the back. That was one of the first things I said to Carolyn when we sat down. So.
Any other questions
that
for
it?
Matthew?
I just had one, just regarding orientation of a, and I've been through this because I've lived in affordable housing here. And I realize the elation one has when
Yeah.
one wins the lottery, or is, a partner wins the lottery and you have an opportunity for a home here. But I'm wondering what sort of orientation and, reality check do people get? Because the expectations of having a home in Aspen often get skewed with having a free market home in Aspen, or at least it's easy to think that, okay, I'm set, But when the time comes, maybe 20 or 30 years later, and they realize it hasn't appreciated with the free market, they're actually trapped. And I'm
Trapped in a very nice place.
well, it's a golden cage, yes. But the thing is, their options are limited, and I'm not sure. Does everyone understand this going in, and what do we do to help them?
That's actually a really good point. People do a home buyer education class when they come in, but one of the initial things that Carolyn and I discussed was a welcome letter, which maybe signed by either Patty and Tori or some other combination of people, just saying welcoming to the program. Excuse me, Francie and Tori, just saying welcome to the program, saying that's great, congratulations. You also have responsibilities, and it's going to be great, but there are also some responsibilities and some things to keep an eye out. So that is something I want to develop, is looking at the what people get when they come in. We're also working on a affidavit. That's maybe not quite the right word, but when somebody signs a lease, both on the rental side and also when they buy the house, we do want them to sign something to show that they understand what's going on. And Greg, that would be something we would mention, nicely, but saying, hey, this isn't a normal property, and you are going to have
There may be long-term financial
even though
consequences.
we tell you all the time, and that's how you're getting this great property at a price which you can afford, we will make that clear.
Right. I just keep thinking of when you sell.
Right.
It used to be, you're forced to move down Valley.
Right.
But
And
I
now
think
you
down
can-
Valley
yeah.
must be Thompson Springs, Utah, is probably the equivalent. It's a long way out now to try to find a property you could
Off-ramp
buy
off
into.
of I-70.
Well, you get my
That's all
point.
it is.
Maybe I should say Cisco, but the thing is, it really is in a way, if you think that you're building your equity
Right.
in your housing
Right.
here,
You're not building equity.
You'll be mistaken, and you would hate to see that happen repeatedly over 20 and 30 years of, having the place here.
Great.
So I just think that sort of education up front would really be helpful. If it
We
doesn't,
try
it
to, there's
probably
always
does
room for
happen.
improvement. We try to make that clear, and we'll make sure we have another look at what we give people when they buy.
Wonderful, thank you.
Any other questions?
No, but thanks, this is
I
good stuff.
will just comment, I've been curious about that question, and I totally think that frame of reference is very skewed here. And what I've been trying to answer is what is a typical person's equity across the United States that they build over 30 years,
Right,
And
true.
what I've found is that's in the 4 or 5% range when you look at it aggregated. Obviously, we don't think about that here because people are making
Right.
money over time in real estate constantly here. But
I think the rest of the country's catching up to us in terms of
Yeah.
scarcity and
Sure.
house appreciation and inflation and all that. I think
yeah,
the
that
rest
was
of the
a
country's
30
more like
years
us than
of
we
a
are like
past
them.
a past view. But
Right.
but yeah, if we're thinking about it from a person of anywhere in the U.S., you might not expect to make a ton of money in equity over time.
I think in
Always,
this valley, though,
but
it's
just here, it's
10%.
different. Yeah,
as
it's
an
a
average.
lot.
I think it's
For
10%.
sure.
I mean, if you have 150% increase in, 15 years,
Yeah.
that's about 10%, and that is about where it's at. Has been for quite a while, even though we had the 2008, because I used to teach this in my math class, and so back then, before the recession, it was about 10% a year, and I think we're about there now too. I mean, although this last year has been crazy, but
Slightly skewed, yeah.
Yeah.
Great, well,
Which is
thank
more
you.
than 3.
Yeah, for sure.
Great, thank you very much. I'm
Thank you.
happy to come, happy to come chat anytime you guys want me.
I just can't wait to know what the non-APSHA inventory is, and I know that's a tough one, but that's a big question.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a good question.
great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
I
Matthew. We
think we'll
appreciate
see
your
you
coming
in a
in.
couple weeks
Thanks, Liz.
anyway. Budget.
Yep, if you want me back, I'm happy to come.
Yeah.
We're having discussion of whether you want me back or not.
Well, you're coming back for budget.
Yeah.
Pickup, yeah.
We
That'll be
always
short
want
and
you
s-
back, Matthew.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That'll be short and sweet.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
And Liz can sit in the front row next time.
I don't think Liz wants to.
So now we are moving on to the proposed 2024 budget. I think Connie is not with us.
She's going to join us virtually. I believe she is on, but I'll go ahead and kick it off. And Liz and I are going to be here to help Connie as necessary.
Okay.
Oh, maybe I should get my.
I think Connie was going to drive the presentation. Is
Yes,
that
I
right?
offered,
From-
but she said it's easier for her there.
Hi, Connie. Thanks for soldiering
afternoon.
up and joining us. I know.
Hi, Connie. Sorry you're not feeling well, but it's great to see you.
See, are you seeing this slideshow?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great. Sorry,
We're
try
distributing.
to set this up on
Chips.
my end here.
There are chips back there.
And that barbecue was pretty good, I have
We
to say.
fried with chocolate.
I love these chips.
Oh, the baked ones, those are good, yeah. Although I'm kind of stuck on the
Okay.
sun chip cheddar ones.
I read a thing this morning that there's some new dieting drug people are taking. A new dieting drug, and it says junk
So
food
Connie,
sales are
when
dropping.
you're ready, I'll go ahead and kick it off and
Junk
then hand
food
it off
sales
to
are
you.
dropping. Snack foods.
Okay, I
due to
think
this
I'm ready. Go
new
ahead,
drug
John.
Okay.
they're taking.
Francie, are you
think
ready
that's
for
it.
us to start?
I am ready.
Okay. Well, board, thank you very much. We are here today for the initial presentation of the proposed 2024 budget and 5-year plan. By state statute, we have to have a proposed budget available to you and the public by October 15th. So we're meeting that deadline, and have final adoption by December 15th. As we'll talk about in the course of the presentation, between now and that time, we will have several workshops and accumulate a lot of data for you about the budget and what's in the proposed budget, and most importantly, seek direction from the board about what should and should not be included in the final budget adoption on December 15th. As has been the case for several years now, the 2024 proposed budget and 5-year plan was developed under uncertain and really difficult to predict economic circumstances. There have been some clear challenges that we've all talked about. Persistently high inflation. It's been notching down, but it remains above the target of the Feds. That has resulted in high interest rates and tightening of capital markets. We continue, though, and this is the odd part in this economic cycle, we continue to have a really tight labor market. There's a plus on the other side of that, but we've got a tight labor market. We continue to have supply chain challenges, which will show up in some of our projects. We know that there are global tensions and localized wars that can destabilize international and national economies, and we will have to watch those. And of course, within that inflationary number is the high cost of housing, which particularly impacts our community. But there are pluses happening too. We've got unemployment is low. And job numbers nationally and locally continue to grow. In fact, our unemployment rate is really reaching those pre-pandemic levels of being right around 3%. Job generation, as I said, continues to be strong. While we are also seeing a small decrease in the number of visitors to our community, revenues have stayed high. That may be a little bit of the plus side of inflation, that we're seeing a little bit less intensity of use, but revenues are staying high because prices have gone up as a result. Probably most important, and what you'll see reflected in the revenue projections that will be in front of you, is that unlike this time last year, when we were presenting the budget last year, we were projecting a strong likelihood of a recession. That was, the conversation nationally as well as locally. And we projected our revenues accordingly to be going down instead of going up. As we'll talk about throughout today and throughout our budget presentations, that was not the case. Revenues, in fact, went up. So you see some big percent increases in revenues and budget line items. That's because it's from the adopted budget from 2023 to what's being proposed now. And the reason is that now the projections are for strong prospect of what we call a soft landing, that the Feds have been incrementally ticking up the interest rates in order to tighten money supplies, to incrementally slow down the economy, and then they can incrementally adjust that flow back without tipping us into recession. It doesn't happen that way very often. That's why we were projecting recession last year, but the prospects and projections for a soft landing are strong right now, and that's gone into our projections. And so there are a lot of pluses that we're looking at. We're also really fortunate that we entered this budgeting cycle in a really strong position. Our fund balances are high. They were much stronger than we projected when we adopted the budget last year. And as Connie goes through the revenue slides, you'll see why. Our revenue projections, particularly sales tax, came in much stronger than we projected. We had projected a decrease. We actually saw a small increase. And so we're going into this in a strong position with strong fund balances. We'll talk about having really strong revenue projections, but it's balanced against those headwinds I was talking about. We still have persistently high inflation. We have persistently tight labor markets. And so in developing the proposed 2024 budget and 5-year plan, there are really 3 main areas that we focused on and emphasized. The first is the retention and recruitment of staff. We remain in a tight labor market. We've made some good headway this year in closing the gap, but we still have a number of vacancies, particularly due to housing costs and such. It's really, really challenging right now. And so you will see we are proposing to invest heavily in our workforce, both on the pay plan and benefit side. We are also very focused on ongoing high inflation. Nationally, we've seen this ticking down, at a good rate, which increases that prospect for a soft landing, which is so important to our projections. But the things that we buy in particular are not necessarily consumer goods. And so the inflation rates, because of supply chain issues on radios, electric battery storage, those sorts of things, we're seeing that the inflation rates are still exceeding what we're seeing nationally. And I think we're all quite aware that our local inflation, especially when it comes to construction and such, is much higher than that national average. We are still projecting that inflation rate to be in the double digits. So when we talk about our road and bridge and facilities projects and such, we have to deal with an inflation rate that structurally is going to exceed what our revenues are allowed to grow. And so we've been taking that into consideration. And then, of course, we have the board-directed priorities and projects. We did go through a prioritization exercise, and so you will see significant one-time expenditures and really significant use of that discretionary fund balance that was built up, in particular around housing, around our greenhouse gas reduction projects like electrification and microgrid projects, and then investments into our criminal justice system improvements. Those are the ones that are really drawing on the general fund balance, as you'll see in Connie's presentation. And we still have significant projects going on at the airport and such. And so you'll see that the proposed budget does really use a lot of that discretionary fund balance. And, if the board decides to stick with those priorities, it leaves less room to address other needs or requests as they may come into the county. So that's going to be one of the balancing points that you all are going to have to decide on over the next few months. Today, we are not asking you to make any decisions. We're going to be bringing decision points to you by each department throughout the presentations between now and final adoption in December. Today is really about presenting the proposed budget as required by state law and teeing that up for our future conversations. And with that, Connie, did I take enough time of an intro for you?
That's great. Thank you, John.
Yep.
Thank you for setting the stage so well. Board, are you still able to see the budget presentation and as it moves through?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, we are.
Can I ask a quick
Okay,
question? Question,
Yes.
Connie, and I just saw it. I looked up and Ann Driggers was sitting there. And I thought, aha! And look, she strikes such a great, you make an entrance. I wanted to acknowledge your presence. And I had a question for John, Connie, and Ann, and that is, it seems as if the cost of money is changing, dramatically changing the mortgage, the ability for people to get a mortgage or finance mortgages. And maybe that's the intent. But I want to make sure I understand the connection between the cost of money and how that's affecting our own projects for capital projects or, you name it, everything else. And I don't know if you want to opine on that, but I'd love to hear your thoughts, if you don't mind, Ann, and then
Yes.
just to add on to what John said.
And this morning, Liz and I and Ashley met with our municipal advisors to talk about a new sort of debt funding mechanism, in particular for affordable housing. And, it's very interesting, and we're going to explore it a lot more. But at the end of the call, they said right now the interest rates don't really make anything pencil out because of they're so high. But, as we left it, we have a couple of years to put together some projects and ideas, and maybe by that time the interest rates will have come down. But the days of when we funded the construction of this facility and our recent debt issuance for Rafter and for open space and trails, where we got incredibly low interest rates, are no more. And we're talking at least double the amount, which, so really we should try and wait a little bit longer. Otherwise we'll be, paying large amounts of debt service.
And the place where I anticipate we'll have a lot of discussion in this budget is in the 5-year plan. Of course, we have a criminal justice facility anticipated. And, we have the dual pressures of inflation, but it is likely that we need to issue debt in order to pay for that facility. And the cost of money for us as a public sector entity has gone up, just as it has if you're an individual trying to get a mortgage. And so we have anticipated that and projected it for you in this budget, particularly in the 5-year plan, because in this first year, we're really looking for about $1.5 million on design and engineering, but the construction is going to be a much larger number. And so, Greg, when we look at that, we'll be paying attention to, as Ann said, is it something that we can delay, and does it make sense to? What kind of volatility do we think we're seeing in the market? What's the instrument that we might want to use? Is it a COP that may give us more flexibility when we make the decision to take debt? And then it'd be negotiating the call provisions. When can we maybe exit out of that debt or refinance that debt if there's a more favorable interest rate? So it's gonna affect all of those things.
Do government institutions pay the same interest rate as private borrowers? Would we be paying 7 to 8%?
No, typically we'd be paying less because we're, when you have a dedicated revenue source like a property tax or what have you, you're a sure bet. And so there's less risk in that debt.
It's also tax exempt.
And yeah, do you want to explain that, Ann?
Well, that we just don't pay, we're tax exempt, so they give us a lower rate of interest because the costs are lower
How
on
much lower?
construction. Oh, it depends. I'd have to speak to I could get a number for you from our advisors right now.
Yeah.
I can barely hear you, by the way.
Oh, sorry.
I did hear you, but it was close.
Yeah,
mic
so
is
the tax exempt, so for example, you wouldn't pay taxes if you bought tax exempt bonds on the interest that you earn. And so it's favorable from that perspective. And so investors are willing to accept a lower interest rate to buy those bonds.
I will say that some of our recent debt issuances we got at about 3 to 4%.
Recently?
Like within the last 5 years or so. That tends to be what the range is. Obviously, it's gone up significantly since then.
Is it fair to say
I
that
didn't
this
really
is
get that.
where? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Because 3 to 4% a couple of years ago is not particularly sterling. So what do you mean?
So sometimes they change just depending. So it's not necessarily a flat percentage on the debt. So they come, like each year it can be different depending on
arm.
what the schedule is. But I would say the average of the schedule over the course of the years is somewhere in the probably about 3% range, closer to.
Including this year?
Yes, yeah. So we're locked in at that rate. So those rates won't change on those recent debt issuances. So that's the COPs for the ambulance barn, for instance, or the refinancing that we did for the RAFTA or the open space and trails issuance.
Okay, great. Thank you, Liz.
I just looked it up. Tax exempt is currently running at 20 to 40% less than conventional.
Great, thanks.
Yep.
I was just
And
going to comment
another-
that this seems like this would be a great time to have had a public bank established. Just still, what I think a great idea for our community
Let's
to
do it.
chew over.
Another area where we anticipate needing to issue debt is for the solid waste center and the landfill expansion. And that's an area where, in a certain sense, we're locked in on timing just because of the timeline of when that expansion will need to be ready to go, when our current landfill space will run out. And we'll talk about that more in upcoming budget meetings.
And then, of course, the airport project too, if and when that moves forward.
So I have a question about sort of the process. So today, as you present the sort of high-level overview, is this not the time to ask about very specific items in it? Should we save that for the different departmental presentations?
It'd probably be better during the specific department because we'll have representatives
Okay.
from those departments who may be in a better position to answer, depending on the level of detail. But if you have a question now, It can be good for us to know that, so we can prep the departments, and maybe we can parking lot it.
Okay, so
instead of
just
going
say I
into
have
it.
concerns
Yeah.
about this period
Yep.
without a long discussion.
That'd be great.
Thank you, John.
Okay, well, I apologize that I'm not there in person today. I'm a bit under the weather this week, so please bear with me. John gave a great overview of the budget setting in which we've created this budget. Before we get into the content, I want to just go over a few things that are in your packet materials. In your budget binders, the first tab contains the budget message by John, and that really gives a great overview of the entire budget. So if you're going to really read through anything, that's the one that I would highlight the most. Next, there's a revenue overview, and this focuses in on the county revenues that allow us to provide the services that we do. And the amount of revenue determines the level of services that we're able to provide. So the revenue summary can also be very beneficial in understanding how we are building our budget. The third area in your budget binder is new position requests. All of the requests are included here except for one late submission that you'll be seeing 2 weeks from today. Everything that is shown in these new position requests is included in the budget except for 2 positions. There are 2 that are being presented as pending, so they are not in the budget but could come back to you at a later date. And that would be the Finance, HR, Business Process Administrator and the Environmental Health Specialist. But we'll talk about all of the position requests as we go through each department's budget materials in the upcoming meetings. All of these materials are included today, so you really get that big picture overview of everything that's there. Next, there are capital requests, and that gives you more detail for some of our major projects that are coming up. You may find those interesting. The 5th tab
Connie,
has
Kelly
capital.
Can Kelly ask a question, please?
Yeah, I just, sometime in the next
3
2
months.
I would say
6
2 hours.
weeks when we're talking about this, I would love to see the, I believe we have a table of all of our job categories and, like where they fall and where we're moving them and sort of their wage scales. You all know what I'm
The pay
envisioning? I'm looking
ranges?
at you two.
Are you? Yeah. So we have 2 things that you might. So we have a table of organization. It talks about where all the FTEs sit and what they are, and then we have a pay plan where folks are classified by job title into pay ranges.
Yeah, I think both would be great. I know, because I know some of our conversation has to do with budgeting for like moving wages, you know, wage scale and stuff like that. So it'd be helpful to see those.
Yeah, we have the
Thank you.
organizational chart. Maybe not handy.
Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you.
The pay ranges don't show where each position lies within that. It just shows the ranges.
Sure. No, I get that.
So, okay.
Thank you.
So then moving on, the capital and departmental replacement schedules look like just a lot of numbers. But I'll explain as we're looking at the general fund 5-year plan where that really comes into play and why that's important to include. So these show the 10-year plans on replacements and capital projects for fleet, facilities, public safety radios, and many of the different departments and funds within the county. And so I'll highlight that again as we get into the general fund 5-year plan. And then the 6th tab in your budget binder is the presentation for today. As John mentioned, we'll have each different fund and department presenting over the coming weeks. And then December 12th is when we have scheduled the final budget adoption and mill levy certification. I should have put an asterisk on the mill levy certification. Proposition HH will be before the voters of the state of Colorado in November, and that could change the date of the mill levy certification from being before December 15th to being the first week in January. So we've kept it as it is right now for the time being, and then we'll see what happens at the ballot. Okay, so what does the budget look like? For all county funds, we're looking at a total increase in expenditures of 14% compared to the original 2023 budget, and a 24% increase in revenues. For the general fund, more specifically, we are proposing an 11% increase in expenditures and an 18% increase in revenues. And we'll talk about the fund balance on the upcoming charts. In the general fund, the proposed budget has an operating surplus in 2024 of $233,000. And then there's an average annual operating surplus over the 5-year plan of $907,000 per year. From these surpluses that are left over, we propose making transfers to other funds for capital projects. In the 2024 budget, we have $5 million transferred to the capital fund, $350,000 to the translator fund, and $4.8 million to the housing fund. The next 3 slides, I broke up the fund balance chart into 3 slides so we could see it a little better on the screen. These show the entire county budget. On the left-hand column, you'll see each different fund listed. And then the next column is the projected beginning 2024 fund balance. So taking into account what is happening in 2023, where we think we'll end up the year, this then becomes the starting point for 24. Next column over is budgeted revenues. And so you see general fund, just about 54 million. Capital fund below that, 4.6. Then we have 2 columns of expenditures. We have first the operational expenditures, then capital expenditures, and then the total. Then transfers in and out. These are transfers between county funds. For the general fund, we have operating transfers, which support the ongoing operations of human services and public health. That's about $3 million. And then the remainder is for capital purchases. And so the revenues, the expenditures, the transfers, that brings us to the net change in fund balance. If you see a number in parentheses, that means we're spending down fund balance. If you see it without parentheses, it means we're adding to the fund balance. So in the general fund, we're proposing spending down fund balance by $9.9 million. Then the ending fund balance is what's remaining. And then the final column, the fund balance as a percentage of the total operating expenditures. The GFOA recommends as a general reference point 16.7% as a good level to have. That's an odd number, but it's equal to 2 months worth of operating expenditures. So we take that as a level that we like to make sure where we're at. There are a few funds that are a bit below that, but we have specific reasons when it is below. For the general fund, certainly we would like to stay above that percentage. And you can see that the proposed budget would put us at 25%. So on this slide, again, we have the capital fund also, where we would be spending down fund balance by about 1.5 million.
I have a question here, Connie.
Yeah.
So the characterization of next year's budget is that it's constrained. And so I'm wondering why then we would be carrying over 25%. I mean, doesn't that give us some flexibility? We don't have to be at 25%. We could be at 20%. And is it in our best interest to have that much money sitting around, or is it in more of our better interest to spend that money on things that the county needs or that we deem appropriate?
Yeah, we'll take a closer look at fund balances at a chart towards the end of the presentation where you can get an idea what that looks like, a visual presentation of it. And that's a decision that the board can make. that if you feel like it's in the best interest of the county to be spending more on projects right now, we can lower the fund balances by doing so. Or if the board would like to have more flexibility in the future in case there's an economic downturn or other circumstances that may come up, the board can reduce the number of capital projects or defer them so that our fund balance increases. So that is definitely within the board's discretion.
And Francie, as a recommendation, though, from staff, one of the other things you'll see is that particularly in the general fund, sales tax has become a bigger and bigger proportion of our total revenues. And that's what you call a more elastic revenue source, right? It goes up and down. It kind of changes with economic cycles. And so when you're more dependent, as we are sometimes in a tourist-based economy and on an elastic revenue, keeping a little bit more fund balance to deal with those cycles is sometimes advisable. So we've typically tried to keep more than that recommended, basically 2 months or 16.7% in fund balance, particularly in the general fund. So that the board has flexibility so that when we have a pandemic, as we did in 2020, we can respond to that quickly, or if there is an unexpected recession, that we don't have to act precipitously to maintain those healthy fund balances. But as Connie said, that is really a policy decision of the boards as far as what risk you want to take and how quickly we should be putting benefits on the ground. Obviously, we've been conservative the past 2 years, and so we've developed a lot. We've increased our fund balances, and we are recommending spending quite a bit of those down, as you'll see in the fund balance charts.
Thank you, Greg.
I just wanted to say this is probably the lowest fund balance number I've seen in my tenure as a commissioner. I think it's been higher than this, hasn't it, Liz, for the last 7-8 years?
Yes, it has.
So we're down to 25% from maybe 34 or higher even. I'm trying to remember the numbers seem pretty high, but I appreciate your question and it is something that's, we don't know if we have a wildfire, for instance, or another pandemic, who knows? It's nice to have that cushion, but I really appreciate your question because we have other emergencies that, probably require, could require some love.
Yeah.
So that'll be a good conversation.
Nancy, can I?
Patty?
Yeah, and in my tenure, the biggest hit we took in the past was no snow. And we know with climate issues, facing us on a daily basis, that's a possibility at any time. And that really hit hard with our financing for the county.
With the sales tax especially.
Yeah, we had no tourism that year because we had no snow. And that is something that's really out of our control. And you couldn't even make snow that year. So.
Okay. Thanks, Connie.
Okay, the next slide shows all of the special revenue funds, and I'm not going to go into details here. We will get into these in the coming weeks. But it does show you where fund balance is being accumulated, where it's being spent down for each of these funds. And then we end at the bottom of the chart with our enterprise funds, airport, public safety radio, solid waste center, our internal service funds, and then the total for all county funds. So you see at the bottom, our total revenues is $213.8 million. Total expenditures, $215.8 million. That's a net change in fund balance, a decrease of about $2 million when you put it together. It leaves us with ending fund balance of just shy of $127 million. That's a total of 73% of operating expenditures, of course, varying significantly between each different fund. Now, at the moment, this is just a lot of numbers on a chart. In the coming weeks, these numbers will take on more meaning for you as the different departments present what they mean in terms of the services that they want to provide, the projects that they want to do. So the numbers will take on their story as we move forward.
Can I do just want to comment. I think I do this every year, but, I wasn't elected that long ago. In 2018, when I was elected, the county budget was $127 million. And we are now talking about a $215 million budget. I'm astounded, frankly. I can't quite make sense of how that has come to pass in a pretty short period of time. I hope to work through that here in the next 6 weeks as we talk about this, but that is a lot of
one
money.
thing I would point to
moving through
right
our
off the
community.
bat is that total under the budgeted capital expenditures column. Almost 41 million is in capital expenditures. So if we were not doing larger capital projects, the budget would be about 40 million less than what we're showing here.
But it would just be moved over to fund balance.
Right.
So we
Potentially,
still have
yep.
Yeah.
an insane
Still shows
amount of
up.
revenues. We
Right.
still have a lot of revenues.
It would show up as not being spent.
Well, sometimes we have matching revenues, so we wouldn't get the revenues if we weren't expending.
Sometimes.
So, yeah, so we'll try and pay attention to that storytelling, because I think you're going to see a lot of it in some of our special revenue funds in particular. But we've been more aggressive and successful on the grant side, bringing dollars in, so some of those revenues would not accrue. And as Connie goes through, I think paying attention to those sales tax in particular and such, we've seen big increases there.
Thank you.
That's not always a guarantee, because I've seen it when those big increases did not pan out.
That's
And
correct.
it was a bad situation, and I don't want to put the county in that situation
Yeah.
again.
And a large portion of those sales taxes are passed through to RAFTA, but they show up on our revenue sheet. So 32 million gets passed through.
Now, can I also add to that real quick, Francie?
Of course.
Is that from the conversations the board has had really over the last year, it's the fact we've had so much money in some of these fund balances, and why aren't we doing projects and why aren't we spending it? So I think a lot of these increases, even though I had to ask Mr. Peacock where the budget was, because I thought this was a joke he had put on my desk when I saw these percentages and the numbers and the number of FTEs. I have to throw that out there. But a lot of it is because the board has been asking for these monies to be spent. But I think we just need to be cautious in how much we put where at a time when we have a lot on our plate coming up in the next few years. And we might need these fund balances to get us through those other projects rather than spend them on things now. But thank you.
And could you just take 30 seconds and tell us what other are pass-throughs? I'm assuming that the health insurance is passed through, right? We don't actually hold on to that money that comes in from health insurance?
The what?
We do?
The health
We're
insurance
self-insured.
we do hold on to. We are self-insured. So we pay for a third-party administrator for health insurance, but we maintain our fund balance in the health insurance so that we can pay out the claims.
And the Healthy Community Fund?
Healthy
give that
Community
all
Fund, we
out,
grant out the monies, but we'll go through all of that as
Okay.
we're going through the different
Thank you.
departments. We start with revenues, and it's very important to start with the revenues because the revenues coming in give us the parameters on what then we can do as far as capital projects or services to provide. For all county funds, 213.8 million. And this chart shows by fund, the general fund is by far the largest, about a quarter of the total county budget is, or county revenues are in the general fund, followed by the airport, transit sales and use tax. And as Ann mentioned, a lot of that transit sales and use tax money is passed through to RAFTA and the municipalities. Open space and trails would be next, and then the solid waste center. This shows the same revenues, but broken up in a different way, broken up by the type of revenue. And this is fairly important because, as John mentioned, some are more elastic, some are more steady. So sales tax is our number one revenue source. It makes up almost a quarter of the total county revenues, all funds put together. And it's a very elastic revenue source that can go up or down depending on the economic circumstances, depending on snow, depending on a number of things. Oops, I'm looking at the wrong chart on my side, sorry. The second largest area is fees and service charges. Fees and service charges are what are collected by the airport, by the Solid Waste Center. So that's why this area is the second largest, just because of our enterprise funds. Without those, it would be a smaller percentage. Property taxes are the third largest area at 21%, and property taxes are extremely steady. For most county funds, they just go up by inflation. And so it's a slow and steady growth, but we can count on them. They're not going to have big decreases. In the revenue summary in your budget packet, we focus on the core services. The core services include the general, capital, road and bridge, human services, and public health funds. And these 5 funds put together contain all of the mandated services that the county provides. And so it's a very important section of our budget, but the 5 funds are very much interdependent and share a lot of the same revenue sources. That's why we will group them together and look at them as a whole. So when we're looking at the types of revenues supporting our main county functions, sales tax, again, is the #1 source, a little over a quarter of the revenue. Number 2 is different from the total county. Total county, it was fees and service charges, but in the core services, it's the intergovernmental revenues at 17%. So these are our grants or our contribution from the state, federal contributions. Property taxes, again, is number 3 at about 14%. And then licenses, permits, and fines is the 4th largest at 14%, and a lot of the community development permits are in this category. At the end of August, we met with the Financial Advisory Board to go through our revenue projections. And this is an important part of the budget process for us, is getting an idea how our revenues, what we're expecting to finish up 2023, what we should project for 24, and then the out years of our 5-year plans so that we can have realistic expectations of what we can actually provide service-wise or capital projects. The property tax is maybe the most boring part of this because we're constricted by a statutory limit of 5.5% and then also constricted by Tabor. So in order to come up with the property tax increase, we take the prior year inflation, add the total growth in the whole property market, which is usually around 1% at most, and that gives us the percentage by which our property tax can increase. And again, these are most county funds that are restricted in this way. For 23 and 24, it's pretty easy. Inflation has been higher than 4.5%. So we're bumping up on that statutory limit, 5.5%. That's the maximum increase that we can have. We're expecting inflation to start to decrease in future years. So you see in 2025 through 28, inflation decreasing just a little bit. And that means that what we can increase our property tax each year also decreases. On our sales tax, we had a lot of discussion with the Financial Advisory Board. This year, it was kind of odd. They were maybe a little more optimistic than staff was. Staff has been seeing reports of potential recession and uncertainty in a lot of areas. But the Financial Advisory Board was pretty optimistic that we could keep growing our sales tax at the rate of inflation. So what you see before you is a compromise between the two. In 2023, we're expecting to finish the year at 2.5% over 2022. projecting a very small increase of 1.5% in '24, and then going back to more of our average historical rate of increase in the out years of the plan. And we'll go into that a little bit more when we look at the sales tax chart. Investment income was extremely low, down below 1% for almost a decade, but has recently come up higher. So we're looking at rates that could be around 4%, anticipating that it will be going down gradually throughout the course of the 5-year plan. And we'll speak to community development a little bit more when we get to that chart. So this is our sales tax. The green line that you see are the actuals, and the blue line is the budget. You see a bump up in that green line in 2019. That's when we begin to be able to collect sales tax on internet sales and deliveries of items purchased outside the county delivered into the county. You see the decrease in 2020 with COVID, but then that really sharp rise in 21 and 22. This peak number in 2022, a year ago when we were looking at the budget, we thought that that was a peak and we weren't going to build off that peak. It was going to have to decline. So that's why you see our 23 budget much lower. We thought we would peak and then go back down, and this would be our new level. However, sales tax has been very resilient. January through July this year, we're up 5.5% over 2022. We just this morning got our August sales tax, which brings our year-to-date total down to 5.1%. So we are seeing a little bit of a slowing down, a little bit of a cooling, but at the same time, there's a resiliency there. So that's why we have our projections at amounts that are fairly small percentages, but we think are reasonable. Questions so far?
Doesn't look like it. Oh, yeah, Kelly.
So this is showing just the 2% tax, sales tax revenue, not the others.
That's correct. So this does not include anything in the Transit Sales and Use Tax Fund, and it is only the county share of the 2%. We only get to keep 43% of the 2%.
Okay, thank you.
And next are community development fees. And community development, if you look at that green line, it's got a lot of ups and downs, and that's typical of community development. It's a little more difficult to forecast, and it's not uncommon to see double-digit increases or decreases. Oddly enough, in 2020, we saw a large increase, a bit of a decrease in 21, and then a very large increase in 22. What we're projecting for 2023 is that we'll be slightly down from 22, but then 24 should bounce back up to about the same level as 2022. There are a number of things that play into this forecast. First is the backlog of permits that community development sees lined up. And they're expecting that just with the backlog they have at this moment, it's enough to carry them through 2024 and most of 2025. So they're not expecting it to slow down anytime soon. Also, the work of the Community Growth Advisory Committee is expected to have some kind of impact. Not entirely sure how that will play out, but we could imagine that there might be people who want to submit an application before changes go into effect. And then the cost of building materials also plays into the percentage increases. We know that construction materials increase at a much higher rate than other goods and services. Next is treasurer's fees. Treasurer's fees are a very solid and steady revenue source because it's based on property tax. By state statute, we collect 5% of property tax for most districts within the county. 2% for municipalities, 0.25% for the schools. And the only time where we really see a larger jump in treasurer's fees is when there's been a new property tax approved. Or potentially, as in 2024, when values of properties have increased by so much. The county is restricted by Tabor, but there are other districts within the county for which we collect taxes that have voter approval to not have that restriction anymore. So they have fixed mill levies. For those different districts, we won't know what they will set their mill levy at until December. And so we won't really know the amount of treasurer's fees we'll be collecting until that time. We've put in a 7.5% increase, which we think is pretty conservative, but we'll see how it ends up. Anne and John have spent a lot of time and effort talking to the different districts and letting them know that they have the option of doing a mill levy credit if they don't need that full increase in property taxes. Next, we have clerk's fees. And about half of the clerk's fees that we collect are recording and document fees. And those are affected by the value and number of real estate sales. We saw a huge increase during the COVID years as our real estate market went crazy, but we're seeing a decrease now. So they're coming down. We expect the decrease down to 1.15 million in 23, and then further down in 2024. Even though the document fees are declining, sales tax collections on vehicles purchased have been actually going up, but it's a smaller part of their budget.
Connie, does pay our clerk employees? Is there enough?
I'm sorry, my
is there
audio
enough
cut out
income
there for a
from
minute.
what? Is there enough income from the clerk's fees to pay the clerk's office? To pay the salaries?
No, not entirely.
Okay, thank you.
General fund investment income. The rates of return were at very low amounts for about the last decade. They've begun to come up. We're expecting between 3% and 4%. You see a peak in this chart for our budget, in part because our fund balance is at a peak. But as we begin to spend down the fund balance, even though rates may remain higher, a lower fund balance that we're earning those rates on is the investment income in the general fund. So those are our main revenues. Does the board have any questions before we go on? Okay. As we turn to the expenditure side of the budget, we always look at the strategic plan. This really sets the direction. We try to align our budget priorities with the strategic plan and make sure that we're furthering the goals lined out in this strategic plan. And the next few slides highlight the different success factors in the strategic plan and show what projects that we have for each area.
Connie, I just want to say that on my packet, printed packet, and on the screen, it's almost illegible. We've gone over the strategic plan so many times, but the print's gotten so small now that if anybody really tried to read it, they may have trouble. Just want to point that out.
That's true. Yeah, it is pretty small there. We have some of it spelled out in the subheadings here, so we'll go through that.
And Greg, that just tells us it is time to update the strategic plan, I think.
Yeah, because we've made so many copies of it.
No,
it's,
that box
it's
could
deteriorating.
be, that box could be bigger on the page.
True. So in the strategic plan, we have it divided into 3 circles. We call this our core focus areas, and we align our budget presentations with those core focus areas. The first core focus area in this presentation that we'll look at is flourishing natural and built environment. One of the success factors in this core focus area is ease of mobility via safe and efficient transportation systems. Projects that we have in this section are road maintenance projects. We have 2.7 million in the 2024 budget for road projects. That includes Snowmass Creek, Capitol Creek, Upper River Road, McLean Flats, plus quite a number of smaller roads. Over the course of the 5-year plan, we're proposing $16 million in road projects, and that does include the replacement of one bridge. In the Transit Sales and Use Tax Fund, the total budget is $32 million, and of that, we pass through almost $19 million to RAFTA to support their operations. The other pass dollars go to the municipalities of Aspen and Snowmass Village. Projects that are being proposed in the EOTC budget are a $650,000 contribution for pedestrian access to the Snowmass Mall Transit Center. A project carried over from the 2023 budget is $287,000 for permanent automated vehicle counters. And then a $250,000 project for Buttermilk pedestrian crossing improvements. And again, I'm just mentioning all of these in brief. We'll go into more detail when staff from each area is here to present their budgets to you. As John mentioned, if you have specific questions, you can let us know and we can make sure that staff is ready to answer those questions. But the individual staff from the departments will probably be best to answer them.
So, Francie, I do have a one point I want to bring up. Later on, we see how our unassigned general fund is projected to be way down from what it is this year. If there's any, we have a lot of capital projects which are making it difficult. If we have a bad, if we have a bad year or some unexpected expense, we could be in real trouble. It seems to me we should be looking at where we can pare down capital budget items this year and focus the money on the most important projects for the capital fund, capital expenditures. So on page 40 of the packet, I see Snowmass Capitol Creek Road, which is where I live, and other roads being projected for needing major work this year. Well, Snowmass Capitol Creek Road, I drive on it, I've driven on it for 60 years. We can live with it the way it is. It doesn't, in my estimation, it doesn't need a whole lot of money spent on it. Probably just some asphalt patching kind of things on a few places would be sufficient. So I would like to get a good, in terms of the road maintenance projects, when we get to that presentation, just a more detailed breakdown on how much for which roads, what work is anticipated to be done. Because when I look at it, I don't think my road needs anything this next year. And maybe other roads are the same way. Maybe that's a place we could cut back a little bit on capital expenditures and put it towards the jail or housing or something else.
So we'll definitely bring that back. And I think one of the things that you'll be hearing from staff is the idea of preventative maintenance, that you want to be sure that you're keeping the roads at a condition so that you don't get into a rebuild or a more expensive overall repair in the future. And so it's about asphalt management versus repair, but we'll bring that back during that. Yeah.
Thanks.
And I would jump in here with something I'd like to have come back would be the price of the automated vehicle counters. When Greg and I were at the Clean Mobility Study, one thing that came out of that pretty adamantly was it doesn't do any good to count cars. They said, what are we going to do with that information? So I'd like to bring that back.
That came through EOTC approval process,
I
didn't
know,
it? Yeah.
I know.
My general concern, though, Steve, and I totally respect what you're saying, is that I think it may come to a point where we see some of the capital projects that we may be considering needing more money to get them done. I don't want to just put X amount of dollars in to get them halfway. when maybe we could shift monies and get something done in completion, would be my goal.
And I mean, my point is really, it's not just maintenance of the roads, but if we can cut any of our capital things back this next year in order to focus it on the really high priority ones to get them further along. That's my point.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it might not be roads, it may be as new vehicles or something that we could put it off for a year and save some money and then focus our money on fewer things.
Get them done.
Yep.
Easier said than done, huh?
Yeah.
That is a true statement.
Okay, the next success factor is conserve natural resources and environment. This year, it takes a whole slide to list some of the projects. This is the most that I've ever seen in our budget for the area of solar and electrification projects. The first two, 2.5 million for library building electrification, 2.2 million for the Health and Human Services building. These are placeholders. The projects will be fleshed out with the board in coming work sessions, but we do have the placeholders in the budget for them, and we're anticipating use of some rent funds and also receiving some grant funds to help pay for these. We have 3 different electric vehicle charging sites budgeted at the airport, at Public Works, and in Aspen. Then carryover items from 2023, we're rebudgeting the solar panels at Southside and also at Basalt River Park Center. We have $30,000 for climate action plan included in the budget, and we just got notification of a grant award, so that will be changing a little bit when we come back with that budget item. In the vehicle replacements, there are 7 county vehicles that are anticipated to be replaced with electric vehicles in 2024. That's 44% of the total vehicle replacements. So we are really seeing a shift little by little to the electric vehicles. Continuing with conserved natural resources and environment is open space and trails. The Aspen Village to Rio Grande Trail Bridge project is being rebudgeted from 2023. They have $500,000 for the Rio Grande Trail node plan implementation, budget for irrigation infrastructure on some of the agricultural lands, and then $1.5 million in other open space and trails projects, and they'll go through that whole project list with the board. They are asking for a trails supervisor FTE, and this is a position that would be shared with the Aspen Nordic program. Again, at that budget meeting, you'll hear more details on that. Plus the addition of a seasonal trails maintenance position. For the microgrid project, we're rebudgeting part that won't be spent in 23, plus adding on a little additional funding, a total of $3.7 million for the microgrid.
Connie, can I go back, Francie, is it okay?
Sure.
Can I go just back to the 7 county EV vehicles? I'd like staff, when they come back, to give us a time frame on when the chargers, because I don't want EV vehicles when we don't have a place to charge them. That accomplishes what we want is for staff to be able to have access to those vehicles without driving to Public Works to pick up an EV. So what the time frame may be for the chargers, and whether or not we might want to look at a percentage, a couple of those EVs being hybrid in the interim until we are geared up for chargers fully to charge our vehicles. And so if they could just bring us back more. I talked briefly to Scott this morning, but I'd like a heads up on that information when it comes back to us.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
made a note of that.
Thank you.
And we did recently just receive notification of a grant
grant.
award for the EV chargers, so.
Right. And there's just a time frame
that
of
will help.
installing them and permission if we want to put them in the garage with the city or where we might want to put them. And I would just like to see a time frame, and maybe just some hybrids in the interim might work out for us.
Do we know
Okay.
how often county vehicles are on the road?
Yeah, we keep track. And it obviously varies by vehicle, but we do track mileage and usage and have conversations with departments about whether they need assigned vehicles, should be using pool vehicles, those sorts of things.
So are they mostly out?
Not at necessarily any given time. There's going to be it's not based on time so much as mileage and being able to trade off and what the use is. So, for example, a sheriff's deputy vehicle is going to get a much more intense usage than a child welfare vehicle, but the importance of having that child welfare vehicle assigned and available is important when that call comes in. The pool vehicles, we can get some data on utilization, but it's going to vary with those too. But we do analyze the utilization.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
You know, the way our roads have
Okay.
been closed these days, we don't need roads at all anymore. It's like every day there's a road closure due to an accident. I mean,
A lot of
it's just,
accidents lately.
yeah, it's one of Redstone. It's cleared up now, but jeepers creepers, guys.
So another success factor under flourishing natural and built environment is well-planned and livable built environment. We have community development under this success factor. We have $600,000 in the 2024 budget for the growth management, public process, outreach, and implementation. Carryover item from 23, rebudgeting in 24 is the short-term rental impact studies. And then ComDev is proposing 3 different position requests. And these are to help them with their workload and help them keep up and turn over permits a little bit faster. So one is a new planner, FTE. The second is the conversion of a seasonal plans examiner and inspector to a full-time ongoing position. And then there's another plans examiner inspector position that is term limited for June 2024, and they're proposing to extend that 2 years to June of 2026.
I have a couple of things on this page. First of all, what is a plans examiner inspector? What does that person do?
That would be on the building inspection side, making sure that things are being built according to code and according to the plans that were submitted.
So on-site inspections?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'm going to be challenging the 200,000 short-term rental impact studies, just so you know, when that comes back. Heads
That
up.
is something that the board
Surprise,
requested,
surprise.
so
The study, fancy. And these are pretty much paid for from within the department, right?
And then also the $600,000 for public process outreach and implementation. We'll hear more details about why
yeah,
that figure's so high.
that is the RFP that we did for the code rewrite and studies associated with the growth management
that didn't sound like
recommendations.
that, okay.
Yeah. And that is going to be a pretty extensive scope of work.
And you'll tell us more about it
And
when.
the RFP's already open, right?
Correct. We've actually closed the RFP.
Okay. We're
Yeah,
just
so
paying
we've
for it
got
next year.
I
yeah,
didn't-
yeah.
When I read this, I didn't see that. I
The
didn't.
implementation is the critical word there.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's our big project that it's gonna cost some money to do it.
Yeah.
Well, there were a lot of studies, your favorite, Fancy, but a lot of studies, particularly on the energy usage and economics around TDRs, which are going to be, we're breaking new ground on some of this. So that's the challenge there.
And also to your short-term rental comment as well, just so you know that the revenues that we have coming in for fees for short-term rentals should cover any expenses. And so we keep track of that as well to make sure that the fees are covering the expenses with that program, separate from the
It's
rest
just,
of the
you
community
know,
development.
It's just a lot of money for 128 STRs. It's $1,000 to manage each STR. That's more money than some of them are bringing in.
I thought you were gonna say worth. Is he correcting himself?
How much would it cost us to just never look at STRs? Just kidding.
So then another success factor in this part of the strategic plan is responsibly maintained and enhanced county assets. Within the airport fund, we've got $7 million in the budget for runway pavement maintenance, $3 million for the commercial passenger terminal design that's being rebudgeted from 2023. In the Solid Waste Center, they're beginning the start of a major landfill expansion. And the first phase of that is $5.5 million for design and infrastructure, or design and engineering of new infrastructure. And they'll be speaking to the board more about what's included. When you see their 5-year plan, you'll see the different phases of this landfill expansion. The landfill expansion should add decades of life to the landfill.
This is the 40-year expansion, right?
Yeah, this is the
Yes, it
biggie.
is. In the fleet fund, they're requesting a new fleet mechanic, and this is really to keep up with this transition to electric vehicles. They anticipate that eventually there will be a need for less mechanics as more of our fleet is electric. But in this transition period, there's a big learning curve, training and implementation, and you have the mix of electric and non-electric and hybrid. So they are requesting a new position. And then general fund facilities, some upkeep on the jail chiller and boiler,
What is a chiller?
which does, I'll let Jody explain that when she does her
Okay.
budget presentation. I will.
That's to keep the inmates chill?
Keep things cool.
It'd be like
When
an
they
air
say
conditioning
chill
unit.
out,
Yeah.
they put them in a room that's
Air
is
conditioning in
chilled.
Aspen?
And the jail does provide the heating and cooling for courthouse, admin and sheriff's building, and the jail. So it is for 3 different buildings.
Okay.
Also in general fund facilities, $265,000 for Thomasville lime kilns stabilization, $160,000 for the entrances to the courthouse stone repairs,
Gee, that's
and then
not
some
10,000,
future
Patty.
workplace planning.
Patty?
Yeah.
It's not 10,000 for the courthouse.
I know, I saw that. Yes, Francie, I saw that. I was looking at 2 years out. I was ahead of you.
So when the jail chiller and boiler upgrades come back, of course, there'll be a discussion about boilers and what type of boilers they are.
And at this point, we
And
are not talking
I'm not
about
sure if
replacement. That would come with the potential construction of a new facility and relocation. These are really kind of upgrades and maintenance.
Band-Aids,
Yeah.
right, got it.
that's
I have
right.
question marks next to all 3 of those bottom things.
Okay, we're moving on to a different circle, the livable and supportive community core focus area of the
We are due
strategic
for,
plan.
we're due for a breakdown, Connie. Is this a good stopping spot for you, or do you want to have, do you have something you want to finish before we break?
No, we can break.
Okay, I'd like to break.
That'd be great.
Need it, right?
I love numbers, but
I was just getting excited.
coffee's a good idea for numbers. All right, we'll be back in 10 minutes, Grassroots. Thank you, Noah. That'll be 3:15.
Sorry, it was
I'm thinking until Thanksgiving Eve.
Counting on
Eve before Thanksgiving is what I expect. It's happened before. It was just gorgeous until Thanksgiving. 20 degrees straight.
Ready, John? Okay, grassroots.
Eat all those chips before I get over there.
Noah, can you give me a countdown?
I had half.
I can't tell if we're on or not. Are we on? Okay, welcome back to the work session for the Pitkin County Board of Commissioners on Tuesday, October 10th. We are in the midst of budget, and Connie will continue to explain to us about the proposed 2024 budget. Thank you, Connie.
Okay. So now we're looking at the livable and supportive community core focus area of the county strategic plan. And one of the success factors in that core focus area is a sense of personal and community safety. One of the projects that we have in this category is conceptual design for a jail building, and we have 1.5 million included in the capital fund for the design. In general fund facilities, there is 520,000 for risk safety improvements to a number of the county buildings. This was out of a risk assessment that was performed. Under self-sufficient individuals and families in the Healthy Community Fund, we're looking to grant out 4.36 million to different community nonprofits and health and human services organizations. And this does include support for public health and for senior services. Under the success factor improved community engagement and participation, we're proposing converting 2 term-limited FTEs in community relations to regular ongoing FTEs. A strategic analysis was done on how services should be provided to the county in terms of community relations, and this was determined to be the best way of providing those services. And you'll hear more about that in coming presentations. Diverse and livable housing options, and there's a lot going on in this area. It's one of the board's main priorities. In the housing fund, we have 4.8 million for employee housing acquisitions or development, and this is from a transfer from the general fund. And we have 900,000 for Phillips Mobile Home Park, both for infrastructure and for planning and design for potential new employee housing units. In the capital fund, there's 2 million in the 2024 budget for employee deed restricted housing acquisitions or buybacks. And then in the general fund, the support for APSHA, there's a 36% increase over 2023 up to 810,000.
You're moving at an incredible speed. You're awesome, but we do have a question here.
I'm just wondering, when I'm looking through the tab on the capital and replacement schedules, is that where we would find the information for the housing fund and the capital fund?
No, for the housing fund, well, for the capital fund, yes. For the capital fund, you'll see under the facilities replacement schedule, the IT replacement schedule, fleet, and then some of the departmental replacement schedules. The areas that are capital are included in the capital fund. But for the housing fund, that will be presented a week from today when we'll go into more depth on the housing fund 5-year plan.
Okay.
Is there something I can answer specifically?
No, I'm just trying to sort out how to organize this stuff. Because I just noticed in the capital fund, we have like courthouse, jail, River Park Center, but not Phillips, so.
That's right. Yeah. Phillips Mobile Home Park is paid out of the Housing Impact Fee Fund because it is direct capital improvement or acquisition of employee housing units. So it's an allowed use of the Housing Impact Fee Fund.
Okay, thank you.
And I have a question about the APTA funding. Is that something we've previously approved to have a 36% increase for next year? Have we already looked at that and approved it? Why is that increase there?
That's what
Yeah,
AFTA's asking us for.
From a budget side, we have not had a lot of say in that. That's the city's department, and the county pays for 50% of the operational cost of the department. So we are simply informed of what the amount is year by year. But those would be
Okay.
questions for Matthew when he comes back for a budget presentation to the board.
All righty then.
And I have a question.
Okay.
Connie, I'd like to see some information coming forward related to Phillips, since that was one of the board's #1 priorities. I'd like to see if there's anything more we might be able to do in 2024 if we were to be able to fund it. In other words, there may not be anything more we can do this next year, so we need to worry about the funding, but if we had the funding, is there anything more we can do?
Okay?
Make sense?
Heck yeah.
Thank you.
Could I ask a question on that? When this was presented as in our list of priorities, the staff for some reason didn't rank Phillips at the top. And when asked why, they said they didn't think it was the best bang for the buck. And that's been resonating in my head ever since. I'd like to understand that.
And it, simply, it's right now, when you take the property acquisition costs and development costs on a per unit basis, it's going to be a pretty expensive project. That's really the issue versus partnering on buy downs, for example, in a deed restricted or joint equity type of program. However, those deed restricted and joint equity kind of programs are a slower roll. In a way, they're dependent on something being available on the market and having a buyer who can qualify and those sorts of things versus putting a number of units on the ground. And so I think, Greg, it's just we understand it's a board priority and we're moving forward with it. I think the board has spent quite a bit of time, I think, debating the number of units and location of the units. So how it turned out was we're building in the more expensive areas to maintain our visual values, not having the site be as visible from particularly Highway 82. And we limited the number based on it being outside of the urban growth boundary. And so that I think that's the why. Sorry, that's
Yeah.
probably too long for this.
That
this
was good.
initial.
Thank you.
Yeah, for me, it's just a matter of maybe we have to subsidize more. We need to get it done. We bought it for a purpose and we need to get it done. And it would be great to get it done sooner than later since it is a BOCC priority to do housing. We have a site that we're working on and I would like to see us find a way to pursue it. But there may not be anything more we can do in this next year because of planning, engineering, et cetera, but just in case.
It also houses more people than the joint equity program by quite a bit.
Yeah.
So I hope that we can have further discussion about that pretty soon.
And maybe not necessarily increasing the number of units, but maybe finding a way to subsidize. We might have to just
Or
suck it
maybe
up.
we will.
Part of the
Thank you.
discussion. I see those grins over there, guys. You're not getting anything past me. I'm on this side of the table looking
Well,
at you guys.
and therein lies we'll have to make some decisions going forward.
I have to tell you
get
about
this
my
done.
So will
conversation
we.
with Steve about that. I have to catch you up on that.
This is how we're gonna
We're gonna.
Another success factor under prosperous economy is affordable and quality health care options. And through the Healthy Community Fund, we do support Mountain Family Health Center in their BOCC clinic, $118,000 in in-kind support, and that is part of the rent for the building, plus $135,000 in ongoing operating subsidy. And they provide primary care, dental, mental health care for the uninsured. In the health insurance fund, we support the Valley Health Alliance, a budget of $135,000 here. And the Valley Health Alliance has made a difference in the price increases, reducing those increases for healthcare costs. Then high-performing county, let's see, I'm sorry. We had switched to prosperous economy here, I failed to mention. So this is the third circle in our core focus areas. And then we have high-performing county leaders, teams, and employees. And under this section, we include our employee pay and benefits. In the 2024 budget, we've included a 7% placeholder for wage adjustments. And this needs to be divided up between a cost of living increase, market adjustments, pay equity, and living wage adjustments. So there are a number of factors that go into place before determining what an actual cost of living increase might be. On the health insurance side, our costs have been increasing. We had a number of really good years where we were able to increase our fund balance in the health insurance fund, and we actually decreased the health insurance costs both for the county and for employees. But as happens with a self-insured plan, you do eventually get a bad year or two, and that's where we're at the moment. So we do need to
Walking great,
increase the
thanks.
county share.
Yeah. Hey,
I'm sorry?
Connie, sorry, I just wanted to note for the board that even with these increases,
glad we can
we're
help.
below the premium levels for 2017. So we're still ahead of the game.
With more employees on the
With
plan.
yeah.
Yeah, we've had
Too
a
many
number of years
employees.
that we reduced the cost for employees or held it flat. So even with this increase, as John said, employees are still getting a pretty good deal, I think. So county share is increasing 10%, but for employees, just a 5% increase on the dependent care coverage. So that concludes some of the highlights of different areas. Any questions to this point that haven't been asked? Okay, total proposed expenditures for all funds, $215.8 million. The general fund is the largest of this, almost a quarter of the budget. The airport is next with about $32 million, as well as transit sales and use tax fund. That's all of the pass-through sales tax. And the solid waste center is the fourth biggest. So just a visual representation of all the different county funds. Here's a breakout of the general fund and the different departments within the general fund, just to give a little idea. And next, we're at the 5-year plan for the general fund. I've split this into 2 different slides so we can see it a bit better. And the first slide has the revenue. We use the same format for all of the county funds.
I'm sorry, Connie, can we go back to the graph of the proposed expenditures from the general fund? Could you tell me what internal services is?
Yes, and I thought I had put in a different graph where I broke this out differently, but I guess I did not paste that in. Internal services includes IT, finance, and HR.
So like, you mean salaries and stuff?
The whole budget for those departments. Salaries make up a large part of that.
Do we have anything that breaks down how much is paid to our employees compared to other expenses? Or is it just by department?
You'll be able to see that starting next week. Next week, you'll see as part of your packet material the budget profiles. And at the end of each budget profile, you'll see for each department the breakdown of their cost between the personnel, between professional and technical services, property services, replacements, and so on and so forth. And so you'll get a lot of good detail on that breakdown as we start to get into the detail next week.
And
Well,
I'll,
that's
So
good,
do look
because
through
this graph
those
makes it
budget
look
profiles
like,
next week, and you'll be able to see that at the end of each budget profile.
Okay, because this graph makes it look like John and the commissioners and the lawyer make a lot of money. It
Well,
looks-
these are not just salaries. That's the whole
right.
budget.
I'm just saying,
Everything
that's what
is.
it looks like.
And can-
and as a reminder as well, we do have OpenGov, which is our public transparency portal, which has the 2024 budget, the proposed budget as it is so far, uploaded into it. So you can look at more detail like what you just
Where do
requested.
you look at? Where do you look?
In OpenGov, if you go to the very
course.
bottom of the Pickens County webpage, there's a little quick link that is for OpenGov,
yeah.
and you can go take a
OpenGov.
look at it.
It's
Make
got
sure that
everything.
the press knows that, because I have a point for the press, who I know are in the room or watching, is that this is a proposed budget, and that a lot of these monies are coming from funds we already have the money it's been sitting in, and we've decided that we're gonna look at opportunities to utilize those funds to get projects done. And that the FTEs, the full-time employee increase equivalents of employees, is just proposed number, that it is not a done deal by any means. We still have a lot of discussion to go, because I can just imagine the headlines tomorrow, as were the headlines with the City of Aspen's budget. This is a long way to go, and we will be fine-tuning it as we move along.
Happy to hear that, aren't you, Ann? Long way to go. So speaking of the press, Josie, thank you so much for coming in
Yeah.
person. I want you to
I
know I
couldn't see you
appreciate
around,
it
but I
every
was-
time you show up. Thank you.
We appreciate it. And I know Scott or maybe somebody from, is watching us on the other
I'm
side.
sure they are, but Josie's here and I appreciate that.
And she does a good job.
Okay, we're done.
Okay, as we're getting into the 5-year plan for the general fund, we always start with the revenues. So the revenues are on the top. And on the left-hand side of the chart, you'll see the different types of revenues broken out into broad categories. We give you the 2022 actual number so that you have a reference point. The 2023 original budget that was approved about a year ago. And then the 2023 year-end estimate. The year-end estimate includes any supplemental requests that have happened during the year, but also our projections for where we will end up. On the sales tax, for example, which is the third line down, our budget was low. We were expecting a recession, and about 9.3 million budgeted in the general fund. But that 11% decrease didn't happen, and in fact, we're projecting to be 2.5% above that. So that's where you see the 11.1 million in the year-end estimate. So just an example of how the numbers work. So year-end estimate in that orangish column shows where we expect to be at the end of the year with each of these different revenue items. You can see that's a lot better than what we were budgeting originally. 51.8 million is compared to 45.8. So we have seen a better situation with our revenues than what we budgeted in 23. For 2024, we're budgeting almost 54 million in revenue. And you see the breakout in the property taxes, the sales tax. This is the general fund part of the sales tax. We do divide our sales tax between the general fund, capital fund, and road and bridge fund. Although we're projecting a 2.5% increase in sales tax for 2024, we are decreasing the percentage in the general fund and putting a little higher percentage in the road and bridge fund. That's why you see this number go down from 11.1 to 10.7. And then the percentages that you saw earlier in the presentation from the Financial Advisory Board, when we're looking at those out years of the plan, this is where those percentages come in as we're building out the budget for 25, 26, 27, and 28. The reason we do this is to try to give the board some assurance that what we're planning is reasonable, that the services that we're proposing can be sustained over the long term, that it's not something that we'll have to drastically change after the 2024 budget year. Questions on the revenues?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Just kind of in general, does this mean that because we're planning ahead so well, we won't have a lot of supplemental requests coming through the year? Because we had a lot this year. And a lot of it was because we got grant money, so we had to add that income in. But a lot of it, we had projects that we were paying out for because of changes in costs or changes in priorities, et cetera.
You know,
Yeah. Go ahead, John.
Patty, I think we are still in a pretty volatile cycle, and so I think I'd anticipate we'll still have some inflationary surprises with projects we may need to come back to you with. We are hopeful that we'll have some surprises on the grant side we get to come back to you with. And so as long as we're in that kind of volatile period, I mean, we really do try and anticipate as well as we can, but I don't want to promise you now that we've
Right.
nailed it because our
Well-
crystal ball's been a little cloudy the past
Well,
few
I'm
years.
asking that because we're buying down our reserves to a point where how much more can we tap into them over the year for supplementals is my concern.
You will be restricted unless there's,
So that's something to keep in
revenue
mind.
or-
We had that flexibility this last year where, oh, we have this much money left in this reserve fund, we can take it out. Well, this next year, we're buying it down, which we'll see at the end of the day how much we end up buying it down. But we need to then keep in mind, we're not gonna have that flexibility to just say, oh, bring in a new project or pay more for that one. It's gonna be tougher as the year goes on.
That is true. If the board approves the budget as proposed.
And what's really scary is that I'm understanding the budgets really well these days, and that's a very scary thought. It's because you guys do such a good job presenting them, which I thank you for.
And do keep in mind that the staff in the different departments begin working on the budget during the summer. So they'll already be working on the budget in June, July, submitting it at the end of July, tweaking it in the month of August so that we can have it ready to present to you within the state statutory deadline. So a lot can happen between that summer budget preparation and then the coming year, even a year later. And sometimes there are things that are just not quite ready to be included in the budget, but end up being developed and staff feels is important enough to present as a supplemental.
Right.
So in the general fund on the expenditure side, again, we see the different categories of expenditures along the left-hand column with salaries and wages, benefits and health insurance. We group our expenditures into different categories: professional and technical services. Property services would include utilities, construction, repair and maintenance. Other services includes a huge array of different services, everything from nursing services in the jail, education and training, and phone charges, and many, many other items in that category. Supplies. And so here again, we're applying those percentages that we mentioned earlier of inflation on some of the line items, but then also wage increases and health insurance. We use a bit different inflation factors. When you get to about the middle of the expenditures and you see property acquisition, this is more of the replacement part of the budget, and this is where some of those replacement schedules come into play. On the building improvements, that would be all of our non-capital facilities upkeep and repair and maintenance. So if something is planned to be improved within a facility, but it's not actually something that we capitalize, it would be captured in this line on the 5-year plan. You can see that there's fluctuation. So in 2024, there's 1.6 million in those building improvements, but then it goes down to 884 the following year and less in other years. On the machinery and equipment, this includes a lot of our radio replacements as well as other departmental equipment within the general fund, and it also includes dispatch equipment. And here you see 155,000 for the 2024 budget, but then a large jump up to almost 1.5 million and then 2.8 million. Dispatch has a lot coming up in the way of improvements to their equipment and a lot of technology changes that are coming up, and you'll hear more about that in their budget presentation. So those 5-year plans really help us to be able to project better. If we were just looking at a cost of 155,000 and increasing it by the amount of inflation every year, that would give a false picture of the revenue and resources needed to balance the budget in the coming years. So having those replacement schedules allows us to plan out and make sure that we can actually update and replace our equipment and upkeep of the buildings and other items that are needed, even as that fluctuates through the course of the 5-year plan. Other expenditures mainly includes payments to other governments and grants and contributions that we are giving out. So that might include, let's see, our support of APSHA, the district attorney, and then any other grants or contributions that we may be doing for childcare or other programs. You see a line for one-time expenditures. In 2024, I've pulled out some of the one-time projects or one-time studies, for example, the growth management, and included it in this line so that we're not artificially inflating those out-year costs. Then next, there's a number in parentheses, 575,000. This is an anticipated favorable budget variance. And this is equal to roughly 2% of our payroll costs. We know that every year we have a number of vacancies. We always hope there won't be very many, but the reality is that's just life. And at some point or another, we will have vacant positions with the general fund. So we budget a negative amount, knowing that even though we have budgeted up above in the first 3 lines for every single approved general fund position, some of those most likely won't be filled at some point during the year. That gets us to our total proposed budget of 50,593,000. Excuse me.
Oh, poor Connie.
Then we have transfers. A little bit of transfers from other funds, not much, and then operational transfers to other funds. You see about 3.2 million here. The general fund subsidizes human services and public health. The human services and public health funds rely on grants for about 85% of their revenue, so they're heavily reliant on grants. But the grants aren't enough to fully fund their programs, at least not at the service level that we're providing. And there's usually a grant match even with the state allocations. So we're proposing a $2 million transfer to human services, a $1 million to public health. This is fairly typical that we do have these operational transfers to these funds. So when you take our 2024 revenue total, expenditure total, and the operational transfers, that gives us a net surplus of $233,000 for 2024. Looking at the out years, 25 through 28, you see that that surplus is even larger projected in the out years. Our average annual operating surplus is about $907,000. So this shows that our operations with the general fund, as proposed, are balanced. Going down now to the very bottom line, you see the ending available unassigned fund balance. Now, this is not the full fund balance. The full fund balance at the end of 2023 is projected to be $22.4 million. This is just the unassigned portion. We estimate that we will end 2023 at 15.1 million in the unassigned fund balance. We have a surplus in 24, so we would add the 233,000 on to the 15.1 million. But then we're proposing transfers for capital projects. We have a lot of projects in the capital fund, the electrification project for Health and Human Services, planning for the jail, vehicle replacements, microgrid, the deed restricted housing program. So we've got a lot going on in our capital fund in 2024. We're proposing a $5 million transfer from the general fund surplus to the capital fund. A $350,000 transfer to the translator fund to continue some of their capital improvements. The translator fund has enough to support their operations, but not enough to fully cover their capital. So it does require some general fund support. And then a $4.8 million transfer to the housing fund. This was originally budgeted at $5 million in 2023. We've used $200,000 for the APCHA
Maintenance.
Maintenance. Thank you. I was blanking out on the name. So that's now at $4.8 million. It was not used in the housing fund so far in 2023, so we're rebudgeting it in 2024. This brings our unassigned fund balance in the general fund to $5.2 million. And then you see the ending fund balance as we go through the course of the 5-year plan. I'd like to skip down 2 slides to look at those ending fund balances. The first column is the ending 2023 projection, and then 2024 budget, and so on through the 5 years. The 2 green sections at the bottom of each bar give us our total put together 16.7%. So if you take the green bars together, that's what we consider our minimum fund balance that we like to maintain within the general fund. The light green one is TABOR, which we're required by state statute to have. And then the darker green is our operating reserve to make up that difference. You see it goes from about 7 million in 2023 and increases to about 9 million in 2024. As our expenditures increase, so that percentage, the dollar amount of that percentage increases. That means that we have to take 2 million from the blue section, the unassigned fund balance, and put it in the green section so we can keep that percentage at the full amount. By the end of the 5-year plan, we would expect to have about $10 million in that operating reserve. We have a small segment that is restricted fund balances for things like Tipsy Taxi or the animal shelter, some of the clerks' dedicated revenues. Then the blue section is the unassigned fund balance. This is where the board has a lot of discretion. This is the area where we can dig into should there be a year with no snow, a pandemic, whatever it may be, maybe even some other opportunities that come up where the board feels they can make a real impact by using some of that fund balance. This is the area that we're spending down for housing and for capital projects. So you see an ending balance here of about 3.1 million. On the chart above, you saw 5.2 million. This does not take into account what we need to move over into our green section to keep that percentage up. So if we don't take that into account, it's about 5 million, but we're transferring money from the blue down into the green. So that's why this chart shows 3.1 million. The red on top is how much fund balance is remaining in the capital fund in each year. This does take into account all of those capital transfers and our full budget as proposed. The board has discretion to either spend down fund balance more or increase it more by doing less capital projects or delaying. So that will be part of our budget discussions. So are there questions on either the 5-year plan or on the fund balances?
I do have a question. The dark green portion on the bar graphs for the operating reserve and contingency. If we have an emergency, how much leeway do we have in using that dark green section?
We can use it all. We could. There's nothing prohibiting us from using that.
The light green section, if we dip into that, by law has to be replaced the following year. The dark green is really what we consider to, be healthy in order to, have some reserves to deal with some
So
fluctuations.
that's kind of our rainy day fund
Yeah.
in case we need it, but we try not to touch it.
Right, but it's certainly, the reason GFOA recommends that is to have that kind of flexibility. But I think what we would be starting to recommend as staff is if you do dip into that, if we do get below that kind of 2 months of reserve, that we're trying to build it back up. So we have some reserves for the next thing. Whereas in the blue section, we like to keep a little extra there because of the volatility that I talked about earlier with sales tax and such. But it really, that is beyond that kind of threshold that GFOA describes. So we've tried to, but absolutely, the board has full discretion in the full fund balance, frankly, so long as it doesn't go negative and we have enough money for cash management purposes.
I have a question about the blue. Are you finished though, Steve?
Yeah, I'm good.
So, should we read this then to mean that at the end of 2023, there'd be 15.1 million in the unassigned general fund operations, and then by the end of 2024, we would have spent 12 million of that?
Or committed it, at least.
You would have spent about 10 million. Remember, 2 million of it is being moved down into the green section.
Right. Okay.
So the spend down is really closer to 10 million.
And so what you propose for our expenditures are taking that into consideration, that 10 million availability, basically. Thank you.
That's right.
And it's
Yep.
almost all in capital, right?
Yeah,
Yes, it
the
is.
electrification
really
and,
focused
yeah.
on, housing and electrification and criminal justice.
Right. If it weren't for those capital projects, we would actually be increasing our fund balance. Now, you may always see the blue section go down just a little bit as we're transferring some of the blue down into the green. However, since we have operating surpluses each year, the total fund balance would be increasing by that surplus amount if it weren't for spending on the capital projects.
So then the tiny little difference between 2024 and 2025 doesn't bode very well. What's going to change to make that friendlier?
I guess, Francie, what do you mean because it's going down?
No, because there's only like 600,000 available between the expected end of year balance in 2025 compared to the end of 2024. So what else is going to change so that there's more money to spend there? Because if we're spending that huge gap between 15.1 and let's just call it 5.1 here, taking into the 2 million that goes into the reserve. But then between 2024 and 2025, it doesn't look like there's much unassigned general fund operations money available. So I'm assuming that's going to change because that's terrible looking.
Well,
So in our proposed, what we're looking at for 2025 is that there would be a $785,000 surplus in the general fund, adding to fund balance. And we're proposing a lot of big expenditures in '24, So in 2025, we don't have the $5 million transfer for housing. We only have 1.5 million being transferred to the capital fund. And so you do see it decreasing a bit from the 3.1 to 2.5 because we do have some capital transfers, 1.5 million to the capital fund. So taking the capital fund, the general fund, everything that's being proposed into consideration, that chart shows how much is left over with the full budget that we're looking at here in all of our schedules. I don't know if that helps.
The only
answer.
way to change fund balance is to spend less than what's proposed. And so that would be kind of the decision of the boards. And that could be, as Steve described earlier, are there capital projects that maybe you don't want to do, seeing this picture?
Which would bump
are
up the
there-
blue for 2025 if we didn't do them in 2024.
Yeah, but within the 5 years, I mean, you're just, the numbers are going to be the same, right? You're just moving it around within the 5 years if you still want to do the capital project. So the real, what's in staff's proposed budget is a pretty significant use of fund balance on those priorities. So for example, I'm not suggesting this because it's in there, but if you took electrification out, you're probably, you're still going to have replacements and that sort of thing. So it's not dollar for dollar, but you're probably closer to increasing that fund balance between 1.5 and $2 million. So what's a more important value for the board, having that discretionary fund balance for other purposes or doing that kind of project?
But so the real anomaly here on this bar graph is the amount of general fund available for unassigned operations in 2024.
The capital.
So operations, I'm going to be really clear, and we're very conscious of this every budget. Our operations are in surplus. When we make sure that when we're using one-time dollars like fund balance, it's for one-time expenditures like a project or capital. And that's why that operating surplus that Connie keeps pointing to, the 700,000 I think it was in 2025, is so important, because capital projects are something that are a lot easier to start and stop than adjusting operating. Patty, which is what you always refer back to. I don't want to be in that position of having to lay people off. We ensure that there's some balance there so that if our projections aren't correct, you can always kind of roll back on that a capital project or put a hold on it. Again, I think because of the confidence of our financial advisory board this year in having a soft landing and the ongoing anticipated strength of our local economy, we felt better this year recommending aggressively pursuing what we understand the board's priorities to be than we were last year. Last year, we were telling you we think we're going to have a recession. We didn't.
Yeah, right.
So that's why we're more cautious last year.
Yes.
One of the concerns for me is that we're spending so much this year on the priority list keeps going, so our priorities are like pretty much the whole list. What are we going to do then in 2025 when we have no money to spend to finish those projects we're just studying now or doing the engineering for now? We won't have any money left for capital projects.
That's what I'm talking about, between the difference between
There
these two
will come
bars.
a point where this body needs to make a decision about whether you need more revenues to support some of these priorities or whether we need to stop spending on some of these priorities.
And how many priorities do we have? We can't have a list of 20 projects and 20 projects are priorities.
And that's at the discretion of this body.
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, we have to prioritize our priorities here, or we won't have any money to get anything done.
And we did
finished.
go through that exercise a little bit, and that's what we tried to reflect in the use of the fund balance for really housing, criminal justice, and the electrification. Electrification, microgrid, those are two biggies in there. And so in a lot of those, the jail is mandated, and we're going to have to do something with the criminal justice system. The others, from a statutory perspective, are discretionary, but are high priorities of this body, right? And so,
Well, in terms of the jail, so the only thing that's in there for the jail is planning and design. So then, when we don't have as much money to spend in the next few years,
when
are we
you
gonna get the money to
no, well,
actually
see,
build the jail?
so this is the other big
Taxes?
piece in here. When you look at the capital plan, we are anticipating bonding revenue in order to cover anticipated construction costs. And so that in order to build a criminal justice system, as you'll see coming back to you, it would require us to go out for a taxing question to cover some expense, whether it's for that or for some of the other priorities.
Like
That's going to be a
affordable housing.
conversation for this body. But we cannot do all of these long-term under our current revenue streams.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
And
pretty
that'll
clearly
show up
there.
in when we get the 5-year capital.
Yeah,
fund
we've got a
budget.
10-year projection on capital, and what you will see is, I believe we have 95 million in 2025, maybe it's 26, 2025.
25.
That would be a bond issue, and then debt service on that amount.
30 years.
Yeah, going out at approximately 6 million a year.
Not counting the airport.
After we pay off
That
this
is
building's
not
bond.
counting
and
That
we
is
pay off the
not
other
counting the
bond, and we
airport.
pay off
That
the
would
other
just
bond.
be right
Jail.
now criminal. Yeah.
We have other bonds
Wow.
already existing,
Yeah.
at least one.
And, as you know from your conversations with Lake County, who had a little bit smaller facility, right? They were at about 45 million on theirs and weren't able to do their full scope.
Their smaller facility is 28 beds,
Yeah, yeah.
so take that into consideration.
Yeah.
We may have more. Yeah, so.
So that's and I think construction costs are still different between Leadville and here. So we have some real challenges ahead of us, and you're right. I mean, this is going to be what's hard for you all over the next couple months.
And the next couple of years. This next year is not as bad as the next couple of years.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah. Depending on the decisions
So
we make.
there is an assumption, though, of a tax question to support this, and absent that tax question, we'd likely have to take that criminal justice facility off of the budget.
But we have to build it.
But we've got to do something.
So
We
I just
are.
wanna
We're
get- I just
working
wanna
on
get
the
something
chiller.
done.
That's something.
Well, that'll keep all of us.
I just couldn't believe the amount of dollars we have to spend now to engineer and design. It blows me away. We used to get projects pretty much done for that amount
I
of
know.
money, and now we're just getting them on a piece of paper.
It's
It's
a-
just the way the world has changed.
Every kid in college should look at this.
Yeah, it's the way the world has changed, and it is brutal.
I mean, the soft costs, the engineering, design, permitting,
Studies.
and commissioning of a building is going to be about 30% of your cost.
Yeah, I mean, $3 million just to design a terminal.
But we already did the study, and that already was pretty expensive.
Correct.
We're in the wrong business here, Francie.
Yes, Steve.
Some better planning at the beginning is good. My brother was working on a house by Cemetery Lane. The architect had 7 different levels of foundation on a lot that wasn't all that sloped. And my brother, just as a carpenter and sort of an engineering mind, he cut it down to 3 levels of foundation to simplify it. The architect could have easily done that on paper in the planning process, but it just delayed the project when they're ready to, they're out there, building forms and stuff, and it's like, this is nuts, we can't, this is a stupid way to do it, there's a better way to do it. and it should have been planned better up front.
So you're
And
saying
that's why
that the
we
planners-
spend the money on engineering ahead of time.
That was the house that slid down the slope, right?
And we have to remember we're in a really competitive market here right now.
Just want to get something done.
So when you say that we don't have the money to do the jail, that we don't pass the bond, or the bond doesn't pass, or whatever, and doesn't happen, we don't have the money, then what? We just have the jail we have? And without
Yeah.
any criminal justice around it to support it, or?
Yeah, we will likely be looking at options when that capacity, whether it be because of classification of inmates or total, exceeds our capacity, finding facilities who would be willing to house them for us at a daily rate. We know there are some private facilities. I know we've had some concerns about how they meet up with our values, but at the end of the day, those are going to be the options that we'll have available to us until we have that capacity here.
Okay.
And we are looking at those options too.
Well, we're holding you up. Connie, do you have more for us?
Just a couple more items. So as we're circling back around to the total county budget, this is the proposed budget. You will see some changes as we're working through the different budgets, particularly because it seems like every other day we hear about another grant that we've been awarded. And sometimes that simply brings in more revenue for a project we already have budgeted. Occasionally it means that we have to add in a grant match. Also, last week, the board discussed use of ARPA funds, and that has not been included in the budget yet. That would have zero impact on fund balance because it's simply using the funds, but we would have to both appropriate the expenditure side and the revenue side of those ARPA funds, so it would change the numbers. So do expect to see some changes to the numbers as we're going through the process, as things are developing, and as the board is making decisions, as you hear the different budget presentations. We've touched on the strategic plan and the different success factors in there. We think we'll move the needle forward in a lot of different areas with the proposed budget. Coming up next week, we will have the livable and supportive community core focus area. This includes much of the law enforcement, human services, public health, library. So you can look forward to that next week. And then the following week, the part one of flourishing natural and built environments. So we have a lot of interesting meetings coming up, I hope, and look forward to going through this with the board.
Thank you, Connie. I hope you feel better.
Well, as usual, your presentation was incredibly clear. Thank you so much for that. Any other questions for her? Okay. Well, we'll look forward to next week with you, Connie.
Thanks,
Okay,
Connie.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you
Bye-bye.
for the chocolate.
Almost on time.
Good job.
Okay. We're actually ahead of time. Healthy Rivers, it looks like they're all here. It looks like the school's here, and Lisa, so I think we can move on to that. Thank you very much, Ann.
Thanks, Liz. Thank you, Ann.
Thanks, Liz.
Thank you, Liz.
Might want to swing mics around if anybody's going to speak.
We'll have one person online too, I believe. So, there's Sarah. Okay, great.
Did you want to speak first?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and introduce you guys.
Okay.
All right. Hello, everyone.
You're going to have to speak up a little bit.
It's not the mic, it's you. You have to project.
Okay.
The mics do nothing in the
Hard of
room,
hearing's
it's
over
you.
there.
All right, I'll start.
We're fine over here.
And the
Okay,
red
it helps
light
to
needs
have it
be
on. There you go. Okay, that's much better.
All right, great, and welcome Sarah online. Yes, Lisa Tasker here with Pitt County Healthy Rivers Program to introduce a program with the Marble Charter School. And I have with me today Gina Mile, and I also have Fofo and Elsie, who are going to give us some comments about the program that they are working on right now.
Hi, guys. Thanks for coming down.
Yeah, all the way from Marble.
Yeah.
Yeah, so very dedicated. And thank you, Sarah, for being online. So we have, we're very interested in letting you all know, it's sort of an informational event about this interdisciplinary water education program that was brought to us. Actually, I can tell you the backstory. Sarah Johnson and I met, because as we typically do here and there over time, the two of us were actually the ones that came up with the Youth Water Leadership Summit inadvertently. Back in the day, Sarah took an idea of mine and ran with it and turned it into something much bigger with the Healthy Rivers program. And if you guys will recall, that was over 3 years. And Sarah, at some point you can correct me if I say anything that's incorrect on details. But what's wonderful about that is
4 years.
4 years. It was 4 years. There you go. See? And with the onset of COVID and some other things that basically needed to transform itself. And so the Healthy Rivers program has been looking to sort of look to fill that educational hole that we filled one and then we kind of created a hole by it going away. And so Sarah was talking to me about her program that she does with Western State University in Gunnison. She does a three-day teacher workshop. And long story short, she talked with Gina, and they were talking about how they'd love to do just this immersive program on the Crystal River where they would incorporate every bit of the curriculum, incorporate the Crystal River into every bit of the curriculum. So hence this is where the interdisciplinary water education program came out of, that idea. And we talked about many other things, but I said, you know what, that sounds like something that connects to the Crystal River Wild and Scenic effort that the county is doing right now and would really be an amazing educational effort, not only for the kids, but for the community. And that is written in their proposal, is that they also have a great outreach within the community as well. That's part of their purview with the Marble Charter School. So, and then the other thing is it's going to really be a real benefit to the educators as well, because they sort of learn, along with the students to some degree. So we have a $40,000 line item that is already dedicated to education, and we had that last year and we didn't do anything with it. So we were interested in doing a youth water leadership studio, which was a totally different idea, but we were looking for a very specific sort of person to do that with, and so this hasn't come to fruition. So this is a wonderful way for us to go ahead and continue with our educational purview and even connect into the Crystal Wild and Scenic efforts potentially, just by, lifting the community up as far as some of the information that they have about the ecology of the Crystal River and how water quality and quantity is maintained. So I'm going to go ahead and hand this over a little bit to both Elsie. Do you want to speak up first, Elsie?
Just move her mic up a little closer.
Yeah. Here.
Thanks, Elsie.
I already learned my lesson, so I can tell you're all ready to go.
Hi, my name is Elsie. I'm a 7th grader at the Marble Charter School. A few of my classmates and I have a chance to go
Is
to
the
the river.
button on that?
It's on.
It's live.
The red light?
Red light?
No, I don't think
it
was, yeah.
No, good call, Steve.
Would you mind starting over?
Start over? Okay. Hi, my name is Elsie. I'm a 7th grader at the Marble Charter School. And I have a few of my classmates and I have a chance to go to the River Watch program in Cedar Edge. I'm excited to be able to learn how to protect the rivers of Colorado. I have so many memories on the Crystal, from hanging out with my friends to learning with my classmates to having picnics with my families. gaining knowledge about water this coming year. I hope to help care for and protect the waters of Colorado in the future. Thank you, Pitkin County Healthy Rivers, for funding this opportunity for the Marble Charter School.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that is part of the entire program. They're interacting with Roaring Fork Conservancy, ACES. I'm sure Gina can help fill you in, but they're going to try and make sure that they're connecting with all the folks who are already doing a lot of education, and pull them into the curriculum and help them to create the program. So so I think you guys are headed to Riverwatch to learn about doing that. Is it next week?
Next week we have training, and so the students will learn how to test the waters of the Crystal River, which I think we did, when I was first working at the Marble Charter School we did it, but we haven't had anybody able to dedicate their time to that, and so we're ready to do that again. And the kids are really excited to take the training and start sending their data that they gather to the state. So exciting, such a purposeful way to get an education. I don't know if all of you know about the Marble Charter School. This year we have 44 students from kindergarten through 8th grade. And we've always done a lot of environmental education. And we've always loved going to the Crystal River, but we've never been able to really, look at it as deeply as I hope we can, and actually as much as we have so far this year. And so I'm really excited to work with the Roaring Fork Conservancy, ACES. We've already worked with Roaring Fork Conservancy, ACES, and outdoor volunteers. They've come to us, and we've just been in different places, some of the beaver wetlands and along the river, just getting to know it a little bit better. And Sarah Johnson with Wild Rose Education is helping us come up with a whole curriculum for the year so that we can use it over and over again, really. And so we're trying to make it maybe not even just completely Crystal River, but so that it's broad enough that other people can use it where they are, if it's the Roaring Fork River, or if it's, somewhere else. So, and we want to share. We want to share with other schools. We want to invite other schools to come and join us for some different celebrations with the rivers. And Sarah, her experience is so much more than our teachers, and so it's really nice to have some expertise come to our teachers rather than them having to use all of their time doing the research. So it's been really great to have Sarah come, and the civics part of it is huge, and that's, I think, what Sarah would like to speak about, is how she's kind of training the teachers and the students how to find the problems and solutions that are needed in the world, really. I mean, we're going to kind of base it in Marble, but I think it's a very open-ended way and system that she has. So I'll let you talk, Sarah.
Awesome. Elsie, I'm glad you got to speak too. Yes, it's great to see you all even through this computer. So as Gina said, in the spirit of the Youth Water Leadership Program, and many of you county commissioners participated in those Youth Water Summits where the kids stood up and asked and told you their requests on how to make the world a better place. And so whether it was you or the state health department or the senator's office, so in that same spirit of teaching young people how to investigate issues and then how to come to some type of really thoughtful action, we started this process last week. It's called Environmental Action Civics, and you can actually Google that, Environmental Action Civics. It's a thing, and the whole point is to teach young people how to investigate an issue and how to not to put a bunch of speakers in front of them, a bunch of experts, but more so to find out, what do they know about their community and what do they want to know more about, and how can they talk to elders and do research from the newspapers and local radio and do some inventorying of of issues to figure out what those issues are so that we're not spoon feeding it to them, but they are learning the process of learning about their community. And then they will choose, and after they go through this inventory process, they'll choose which things they are really passionate about and really resonate with them personally. And then they'll dig in deeper and start to understand so many different perspectives of that concern. And I always say the table's round because there's so many perspectives, and then you have to add more chairs to the table, so the table has to get bigger because they just keep learning about more and more perspectives. And so I hope that to show them and coach them through that process to start to see the world as complex and a big system, lots of systems upon systems. And those skills are transferable to the rest of their lives. And then once they start to understand it more, they'll hopefully identify something they can do. And that might be a very tangible project, like some type of on the ground project, or it might be a call to action by one of the governing bodies or policymakers within the community that they define. It might be the Crystal Valley, it might be Redstone, it might be the Roaring Fork Watershed. We just don't know. We're working with people. They just happen to be 7th graders and 8th graders, which is, in my mind, quite exciting because it's real and it's authentic. So that's the goal, is to be working on their projects, their civic, environmental action civic projects between now and the end of the school year. And along the way, I'm also coordinating and helping the school to find those partners. I mean, Gina already mentioned ACES and the Roaring Fork Conservancy, which are the obvious partners, but there's some that maybe aren't so obvious. Like today, I got really excited about finding these dust on snow lesson plans. Then I'm like, well, then we can go to McClure Pass and meet the people from the Silverton Avalanche, whatever that, there's an organization that has a dust on snow monitoring site up on McClure Pass. I'm like, how cool is that? Or I met with, just happened to meet the open space gentleman who's also the CSU extension staff person.
Drew, yeah.
Drew, thank you. I met him on Sunday at the AVLT party, and we were talking about how we could do some things with agriculture and just like expose the kids to what he's doing in the Crystal Valley with producers and landowners. So just kind of thinking beyond what the classroom teachers have capacity to do. And then we're producing these documents that will have, hopefully the teachers in the school will be able to do a lot of things on their own, because we want this to be sustainable, and teachers love to learn. They just need space and time and compensation to do so, to be considered professionals and have professional development. So we also have a couple professional development workshops scheduled here in just a couple weeks, and then again in November. And then we don't have it all figured out between now and the end of the school year, because it's an iterative process, and try things, and you know how that goes, and you try them again or try something else. So the hope is that the teachers will be inspired and also feel confident with some training and just all these connections, so they don't have to work as hard, and the kids get these really place-based, genuine experiences to be recognized more as community members, and not just as kids, but they're true community members that not only live here, but have a lot to contribute. So I'd be happy to have a conversation about any and all of it. It's very exciting stuff to do, in my opinion.
Well, thank you, Sarah. Do we have any questions?
I do. So
Right.
we're no longer doing the watershed, the issue that we did before, the Water Leadership Summit.
The summit has not,
That program came to an end at December 2020.
Okay, because that was a great program. I thought this was going to be more focused on water. It sounds like it's more focused on environmental issues or issues.
It's focused on the watershed and water and snow and weather and water and rivers and snow and agriculture and all the ways we use water in the Crystal Valley. So absolutely.
I didn't get that from what you said. I got it for more of an issues-based. The kid would all have issues, roundtable of issues. Because
so they're investigating.
Can I finish, please? Can I just finish, maybe? I think it's important for our water, our money's coming from the Healthy Rivers and Streams, to be going towards water projects.
Yes.
Focused on water. And I think this sounds like a great program. I'm just not sure about our using $40,000 to fund something that maybe not totally focused on water. That being said, do you have other people who are contributing, since it's in Gunnison County? You're working maybe with Western State. I'm old school. No, you're not. So I just think it'd be great to have other maybe funding opportunities to make it a more diverse program. So that would make me feel more comfortable using some monies from Healthy Rivers and Streams for the water portion, and maybe finding some other environmental groups that want to help pitch in money so you could broaden that horizon. That make sense?
So everything we're doing is around water and snow and rivers and weather and how water is used on the landscape. So that's where all the content and teaching is, and then the kids are investigating what's concerning to them around those topics.
Okay, from what you said, it sounded like a broader scope of issues.
Yeah,
not focused on water.
let me back up a second, Patty. Yeah, I think that the confusion here is just that Sarah was talking a bit about process, that they're involved, but this is definitely going to be water focused. There's no question. I think she's just talking about the process that she's sort of engaging in order to engage the kids and engage the teachers. But the whole thing was a Crystal River immersion with the idea that they can actually translate some of these concepts to maybe talk about some broader Colorado River issues if that's necessary, because that connects some dots right now, because that's such a big deal. And the Crystal's obviously a tributary to the Roaring Fork, which is a tributary to the Colorado River. So I think that's where there's a level of confusion right now.
It was presented more, maybe I'm the only one who heard it presented.
I hear that. I hear you.
Yeah. And how many students are there that would be involved $40,000 is a pretty good sum of money coming out of our fund.
Yes.
Not that it's not part of our fund used for education, but when we contributed before to the Water Leadership Summits, that was a big deal. Those were great programs, and we had a diverse population of youth that were attending those.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure we're not missing that if we decide to fund this.
And I feel like this is going to be a seed, because there's really they haven't found anything around the state that is equivalent to this kind of a river immersion, local river immersion, bringing it into every aspect of the curriculum, from art to storytelling to videos to letters to the editor, various things. So, but very focused on the river.
And there's no projected budget or anything with the.
They have a projected budget, and we're going to bring that back to you in November. We're going to discuss it a little bit more.
Yeah,
it's close to 40,000. It's
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Anybody else have questions? I do. So is the $40,000 basically Sarah's salary for the year?
No, we're paying the nonprofits we're working with, Roaring Fork Conservancy. We're having a stipend for our staff. We're doing like a Saturday workshop PD day, and so we're gonna give them stipends for that. The River Watch program, all of the different pieces and parts. We want to bring in some artists to do, so we're doing the integrated curriculum to do some water-themed art with them and music. I wish I brought the the budget.
Yeah, we didn't get the budget, so.
Yeah, we had I was out of town and Lisa was at a conference, and I guess there was some very quick turnaround for the, I apologize for the AIS. So it will be much fuller next time when we come before you guys, to let you guys see that.
I've been in education for a long time, and at a very small school also. Not as small,
right,
but small. And other than the BEST grant, I can't ever remember going to a government entity and asking for money for us to do something. I mean, I've done probably 20 river trips with kids and all kinds of stuff like that without asking Garfield County for money. And so I'm just a little bit, this is an unusual request, let me put it that way. It's been vetted by Healthy Rivers and Streams, and I really respect them for the work they've done vetting it. I guess I'm just saying it's very unusual, and It seems to me that it's a curriculum that probably your teachers could do. And it's a hard one for me. It's not in Pitkin County, and you're not going to Gunnison, and I wonder why. And maybe Redstone would be interested, and I could think of lots of organizations that might be interested in supporting this. You know, we talk a lot about how Pitkin County is sort of like the go-to for asking for money, and I want to support education. I want to support small schools. I believe in small schools. I'm just not sure this is the right entity for you to be getting money from for this project. I'm not saying I'll say no in November, but I'm a little surprised. So.
I'd like to see the financial part of it, but.
What?
The financials, where the money's gonna be expended.
You'd
Yeah.
like to see that, yes.
Yeah, but, because I think it sounds like a great program, and you have a great school.
Steve?
So a couple of points to counterpoints to your argument. The
I wasn't arguing.
The Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund is unique in itself. Other counties don't have it. We have it. We have a source of money that's approved by voters for waters in the Roaring Fork watershed, which that includes parts of Gunnison County up by Marble. So I think it is a very appropriate use of our fund. It's what it was designed for. It also, you know, with our emphasis on trying to get the wild and scenic designation for the upper reaches of the Crystal River, this fits right in with that on just, you know, increasing the educational level and awareness of the issues in the upper Crystal River is really important, and what better place to start with the kids. Hopefully they will take the message home to their parents, what they're learning, and
Dinner table.
you know, maybe this could sway some of the discussion on the wild and scenic designation. So I'm in favor of, you know, this expenditure. I think it's appropriate. I wish Garfield County and Eagle County and Summit County, I wish they would all
Gunnison
have a
County.
Healthy Rivers Fund and be doing things like this, but we're the leader in that field. So I'm in favor of this program. I think it's a great program.
How does it fit into Healthy Rivers and Streams budget?
Well, it fits in just fine. We've been carrying this line item over and have not been able to find something that really felt like a great educational idea. And they've come before the board twice now, and the board is pretty excited about it, so that's good news. So I mean, it definitely, it fits in, you know, I think Steve kind of wrapped that up pretty well. I think the connection to the efforts, you know, for wild and scenic up the Crystal River, to me, are pretty impressive. I mean, I would think that kids, you know, are asking questions at home if they start to find out, well, what's going on? What do you mean wild and scenic? What does that mean? You know, so I think there's some real opportunity here. The other thing is that I just want to remind you guys, and I probably don't need to bring this up for Sarah, but when we originally came up with the idea for the Youth Water Leadership Summit and that kind of a thing, it was actually quite a battle to get to that because it was so brand new and it was so hard and it was so outside the box, and ultimately it was incredibly successful. So I think this is a bit outside the box, and I feel like everything has such a huge price tag now. It's just mind-blowing, you know, but I think that's our lives these days. So, and I do feel like they're engaging a lot of people. Sarah's kind of like the coach. I mean, she's a small percentage of the budget. So basically this is, and Gina, I can let you talk a little bit about this if you guys want her to do this, sort of where this money is really going toward just getting the technical advice and the technical information to the teachers and getting them up to speed. And the one last thing I just want to say is that we are hoping that this is, you know, something that can travel somewhere else. It can be some sort of template for some other school to do something similar. That is really the big hope. And I think a really great scenario would be to sort of this year is kind of a trial year, and then next year I think they actually could get it more perfected, not to bring up even more expenses, but I do feel like this is one of those 2-year efforts to some degree, just because I think it, this is, you shine it up next year and you figure out what worked and what didn't. So I'll leave it at that.
Well,
Thank you.
I'd like to see it come back. It's coming back in November? Why, is part of budget?
We're just
already allocated.
Sarah, do you have something you'd like to say?
I just would like to see the financials if it comes back, because that'll be.
Yep. Well, we will.
Absolutely.
Sarah?
And I would like Gina to talk about the population in the school and explain where they live, because they're not all Gunnison County residents.
I mean, they come up all the way from Carbondale. I think many people know that. So Redstone, Carbondale, Marble. And I honestly don't know that I would have thought to ask Pitkin County for money, but I was encouraged to do so because this is a very unique organization, or I don't know, part of Pitkin County having the Healthy Rivers. And so that's, it kind of came up that this might be a nice fit, the project with the Healthy Rivers. So I just,
You're here.
I'm here, and I really appreciate the consideration, and I feel like I do also, think that it's a lot of money. The reason why I don't feel like our staff could do it is we have a skeleton staff this year. Roaring Fork School has got a huge raise. We had to give our staff a raise in Marble too, because if we don't, then everybody goes down to Roaring Fork, right? So we have to match Roaring Fork's pay. We didn't get the same, I don't know what it was.
PPOR.
Yeah, we do. There was some tax in Carbondale that the schools were getting that we don't get because we're in Gunnison. So we're just kind of this weird. We're just this. We don't really match with Gunnison. We don't really match with anybody. And so why I'm saying that is because these funds will just. Our teachers, as you know, are overworked. They probably could do it, but to have somebody come in and help us, guide us through, and not, have to be doing the research on their own time after hours where they're already doing so much work, I'm
not implying that they wouldn't have extra help. There's a Roaring Fork Conservancy, which we used at CCS quite a bit, quite a bit. And the fact that it's coming through Healthy Rivers and Streams is certainly helpful. How many teachers do you have now, Gina?
So this year we have 4, which we've always had a couple, probably 5 or 6. But we are just at a skeleton staff just due to, financial
Okay, so
reasons.
I get it. You can't do it.
It's tight. It's not, in the past we've had a little bit more wiggle room with our teachers, and this year it's we're in a really tight situation. They would all love to be able to do that, but we're just not in that place right now. Yeah,
Gina's the
hopefully.
principal and the teacher.
That's right.
I just think bring it back in November with financials and.
Would you guys like to say anything? You're okay?
Yeah, no, I'm okay. I guess I was wondering, we do fund other education programs out of the Healthy Rivers budget, so this isn't, this isn't totally separate from that. We give money to the Roaring Fork Conservancy to do their pen pal program and to do their topographic programs. I'm not sure what else we all fund with them. I'd like to make sure there's not crossover, that we're not, that we are funding independent things. So maybe just a little refresher on what we're already funding in addition to this request would be great.
Yeah.
Lisa, I'd like to just know, as Kelly kind of asked my questions, that I do understand we're funding Roaring Fork Conservancy for programs, and Healthy Rivers is. Yep. But it sounded as if the money that you had allocated for education wasn't used like this. Didn't you say you had $40,000? But I'm thinking, well, who else was asking? Where are the other schools? We have a lot of students in the valley, and I'm wondering, are they coming to you also? And did this one rise to the top, or was this the only one that applied? I'm just trying to understand it.
Yeah, so this is a out of the box idea, honestly, because the education line item was supposed to be something that we were going to do in-house. It was going to be in-house. And so we creatively decided that we could shift those funds over to this effort. So this was not really a grant ask where we went out to the public. This was just an opportunity that came to us. And this is sort of the thinking that was behind it, was that we already had this education line item, and we did get some advice from the attorney's office on doing this and whether this was okay. So this is how this unfolded. So it wasn't an effort of going out and saying, well, we have this extra grant money available, who can apply? It was an idea that seemed really remarkable, very different, and connected to some efforts that we're already doing up the Crystal River. So does that help, Greg?
Yeah, a little bit. And when you
Okay.
said you were going to do it in-house, you mean Healthy Rivers staff would do it, or the
No.
Healthy Rivers board, or what does that mean?
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, so the in-house line item was for a youth water studio is what it was called. And we have Matt Annabelle, who's been working with us, and Lisa McDonald and myself. And we had come up with an idea of how the county could go ahead and engage students during the summer. It was a completely different program, but we have not found the right people, and we were going to partner with Open Space. So that was something that it has not happened yet. We're still working on that in the background because there is only two of us. So, so it is more challenging to get the county up to speed in doing something that's in-house a little bit with just two of us. But that was what was happening with that line item. So it was one of those things where it was like, we may be able to get this off the ground, and it did not get off the ground. So it's one of those things where it was a placeholder, and we did not use the monies. The funds.
And so can we expect that this will come back next year for another ask? It sounds like you just teed it up for two more.
I know. I think that, to me, it makes sense. I'm just going to tell you guys that it makes really good sense to me that, if you're going to engage in doing something like this and in this kind of funding, it feels like we better polish it and we better really have a product at the end. And I just feel like, it seems like this is kind of from my communications with Gina and Sarah, that this is sort of the year when they're going to sort of get things really figured out, and then they can maybe polish things up next year and have it be more of a recipe book.
Copy that. And just wondering, are there other funders, or is this the only ask?
Right now, there's not any other funders, but that could be something that could be pursued in the future for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I do know that Yampa School has gone to Garfield County for money several times, and that Garfield has been very generous with Yampa.
But Garfield won't do anything outside of Garfield County.
No, but this is the Crystal River watershed, so.
Yeah.
Well, we'll really look forward to having you come back with some numbers, Lisa.
Thank you for
Yep,
coming.
absolutely.
Gina and
Thanks.
Kits, I
Guys,
really
yeah,
appreciate
thanks for
you
coming.
guys coming down.
Yes,
I
thank
know
you.
it's a long way to travel. And,
Was it a beautiful drive?
It makes a big difference when you come down, so.
Thank you.
I
Thanks, guys.
really wish Marble was in Pickens County.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe you guys can work on that.
We've tried. We've
You know
tried.
what?
Solutions that too.
I'd really love to see the template that you're talking about creating from this. What does the design for this template look like? Because what I heard was a lot of really creative, wonderful ideas, but I didn't get a sense of a cohesive plan. Maybe that lesson plan or a template, if you're going to try to produce something that goes out to schools everywhere, some evidence of that would be great. And you've got some time to do that.
Right, and it's already been started. So
Would you like me to respond to that, or
Well,
save
not
that?
today.
I
We
think
have
we're
to-
good. I
Yep.
think we're good,
So we
Sarah.
can definitely, yeah.
And I
Thanks.
do really support theme-based education, so.
Yeah, it'd be great. Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We got it. All right.
Thanks, Lisa. Okay, Charlotte, are you going to introduce somebody to us?
I thought he was supposed to be here
Supposed to be here in person?
They got
Oh
scared.
dear.
They
Do we have
bolted.
anybody online, Rosa, named Blaine Kirk?
Well, hi, Charlotte. Thank you for today. You did a great job. As always, we so appreciate the work you do.
Is there a meeting in here at 5, John? How, is this room booked at 5 o'clock?
Yes, 5 o'clock, and they have a very
Because this
heated,
says 5:15,
So
but
out of here.
I think they actually start at 5:30, but if you'd leave things on for, okay.
so 5:30?
I heard 5 o'clock, but
I know
Well,
they're
let's
trying
shoot
to.
for 5.
Let's shoot
Yeah,
for 5.
they need to get in, but I will reschedule.
yeah, we would,
Blaine,
I'm sorry.
because I haven't heard from him today, so.
Well, maybe when Mache comes in, they could come together.
Yeah,
that
we'll
day
try
too.
to fit that in, but I will take a moment, tomorrow, there's a, ordinance for a bylaw change on the election bylaws, that we,
Well, Madeline's here, but
Need
we,
to do.
I'm not sure what you're saying. What are you saying?
tomorrow you'll have an ordinance on your agenda.
That we don't have at this moment. Is that what you're?
No, you don't.
it'll be a
I just-
walk-in. I think we have maybe 2 other items that are walking in tomorrow.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, it's on your agenda for tomorrow, but I just wanted to explain
Oh,
that.
okay.
It's an ordinance that we needed to change the bylaws for the election committee.
Okay.
But I
So,
will
I'm sorry.
reschedule.
Well,
No,
I
that's
suggest
okay.
we do our future agendas in open discussion, and if he walks in 5 minutes late, we will be here and we can talk to
He
him.
was supposed to have been here
Yep,
15 minutes
definitely.
early.
John, do you have anything for us on future agendas?
Yeah, just a couple items. So next week, I know we're scheduled to be in here a little after 5 again. We do have a P&Z meeting though, so we're going to try and get you out of here on time. They're going to be coming in to talk about the interim recommendations on growth management, the BTU cap, master plan updates, house size cap, that sort of thing. So. And then also the Brush Creek Park and Ride ribbon cutting is planned for October 26th at 9 a.m. That we'll make sure that that's noticed for the board. Be great if we could let Linda or Charlotte know if you plan to be there. We'll let Linda know.
What time is it?
It is October 26th at 9 a.m.
I have a EOTC, no, I don't. I have a Northwest COG meeting that day, so I will not be able to attend.
Are you going to Silverthorne?
No, but it starts at 10, and I want to be here ready to go. It's our big, oh, actually, I have a long day. We have an executive
Don't make
director
it.
evaluation
Wish I
that
could.
morning, prior to the COG meeting.
Can I request that we delete the EOTC meeting that is noticed for the 26th and replace it with the
Thank you.
community summit on Wild and Scenic?
On the 26th, I will not,
Forward to you, Charlotte, yeah.
yeah, I won't,
It's at night.
And
I'm
maybe add the ribbon cutting to the calendar?
We are adding the ribbon cut. Yep.
I had it on mine. Maybe I just entered it myself.
I don't have the EOTC anymore on my calendar. I think I took it off
It's just,
myself.
it's noticed on future
We'll
agendas.
get it off of future agendas. We had a couple placeholders.
Oh, I noted, my calendar also had a joint meeting with BOCC for.
Oh, see, I'm not the only one.
It's so interesting. It didn't come off of everyone. So we
it
had,
wasn't on mine.
we
Well, I
had,
put it on mine as a place.
Oh.
That's what I did too, but.
we had held time, and Basalt wants to do a tour. They needed more time for.
They want to take
wanted
us a
more
tour of
time, and so
downtown.
You want to get it done?
yeah, we wanted to do a
Just
little.
have one
We,
person at
we
a
wanted to
time
just
talk.
push it out for that a little bit, and for some reason, it came off some of our calendars. It came off mine, and not because Francie. I gave
He's
her
like,
a
"Do we
blank
have a
stare
meeting
today when she said we're going. to
Everybody
Basalt."
did. I said to Greg and Steve, we're going to
It starts
Basalt.
at 5 o'clock at BOCC.
So
We're on a tour.
apologize for that. I'm not sure why it came off some and not others.
I put it on mine, so I don't think it was yours
Okay.
to take off.
Oh, got it.
And same
That's
with
probably
Kelly,
why.
so.
Yeah.
Anything other on future agendas?
I don't have anything.
All right, let's go to open board discussion. Do you have anything for us on that, John?
Give me just a second. I think I do. My computer's not cooperating.
John, we are
with
now
me.
planning an event for Veterans Day for future calendars. That was out of the planning, but Charlie Hopkins is taking it on. And it's gonna be a Veterans Day, the 11th at noon at the park. And I don't know what the agenda is, but just to let the board know.
Okay. And then we will be celebrating, this is a little bit difficult follow-up, but GIS will be celebrating GIS Day internally on November 9th from 11 to 12. And we're also going to have a public event November 15th from 11 to 12 in the Dunaway room, just to help people understand the tools that are available through our GIS system.
What does GIS stand for?
Geographic Information Systems. That's all the mapping stuff that we have
It's Mary.
available. Yeah. That's all I have on open
Anybody else
discussion.
have anything for discussion? Steve?
I just want to say a couple things about the CCI meeting from Friday. Kelly and I are both really disappointed because the CCI did not return our RET thing to even the tier 2.
I have an update, which I was going to bring up. So apparently the threshold to be on tier 2 is only a 50% vote. And we did make it.
Oh, we did. Oh, it is like
Yes.
51%.
Yes.
It's not the 2/3.
Must have been that late night email I sent you after I
Okay.
read all those documents.
We were all
That's
very
great.
sad, and then
Now,
I had
how
asked
about-
for the vote audit, and Eric Bergman called me.
And how about the issue
Great.
from Clear
Oh,
Creek
that was the lunch
didn't
call.
make it?
I don't know about that.
I'm curious.
Which one from Clear Creek?
Because ours were the only 2 that weren't, they didn't announce. Well, that is such great news.
That's
I know.
really great
That
news.
makes me feel way better.
was saving
Kelly
that.
did an
I
awesome.
was saving it for right
Kelly
now.
did a really good presentation.
Thank you, but I
Thank
should have
you.
let you do it.
Thanks to both of you for
Okay.
pursuing that.
And one other announcement, in January, 2 counties are rejoining CCI.
Oh, great.
Boulder County and Broomfield County
Yay.
are rejoining CCI. I'm surprised about Boulder, but I think I suspect maybe they want to be at the table at CCI in the discussions.
Well, they figure
I've
there's,
spoken to
they
them.
say there's
They
no
have some.
office space anymore. They don't have an executive director, so let's join.
No, they do have, the
Oh, they did?
executive director was introduced. I don't even know her last name, but she's Kelly, is that right? Her name's Kelly something.
Gina's moved on.
Well, I did speak to Boulder a couple of
Jenny-
times.
Jenny
about joining.
Pingenot has left CCI. She's been there for longer than I have been attending meetings.
Huge loss.
And she was the one who was carrying our RET thing at CCI. So I don't know at this point what staff member will be doing that. So, and CCI actually owns 20% of that building, but
Oh, so what's going to happen?
CTSI owns the other 80%, and the building's going to be put up for sale. So CCI is looking for a new space somewhere within walking distance of the Capitol at this point in time.
Well, that is great news about Boulder. I've spoken to them a couple of times recently about how great it would be if they rejoined, and they didn't give me any hint that they were going to, so that's really great.
Eagle's still out?
No, they're in.
No,
Eagles in.
Eagles have been there, yeah.
You had
Eagles
been
in.
talking about being out for.
Well,
many
does that
years.
make all of us now? All the counties?
Except for Denver, I think.
Oh, wow. Well, that's really good news.
And they've been out of it they said, we're not a county, we're a municipality.
Is
So
Broomfield
Boulder.
in?
Broomfield is a city and county like Denver,
And they're not in CC.
They
but
just
they're
joined.
rejoined.
Oh, they did rejoin?
I don't know if they were ever in it, but they are joining in January. I'm not sure if they were ever in
So
it
that'll
originally.
reduce our dues, right?
I don't know, but it certainly gives us some more votes with Boulder in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
that's really
good.
exciting. Yeah,
I just wanted to give a recap. Francie and I attended the.
you can do that.
Oh, you were? Well,
No,
then we
you
can
do it.
tag team. No, we can share it. RMI had a board meeting for their global board, and then they held an event at TACA called RMI and Local Leaders Are Re-Energizing the World was the topic or the title of the event. It was a panel discussion with some pretty fascinating and high-powered people there. And the gist of which is we're in a global energy revolution. Transformation is happening quickly. A lot more money is coming through the pipeline to make it happen. And it was kind of I'm not sure if it was an eye-opener for Francie and me because we were involved, or it would be for this board either. But it was interesting to hear people's perspectives on how rapidly things are happening. Brian Hannigan, for one, a woman named Leah Guccione from RMI in Boulder was there, and I think the point of the program was to leave people with a sense of optimism, because it's pretty easy to get discouraged about climate. But of course, Francie and I had a lot of questions at the end of it, which weren't really answered. So my take was I didn't go away as giddy as everyone else because my questions weren't answered. I don't know how you felt.
Well, there are a couple of other people there. Chris Lane was there from ACES, and he had his message about how being introduced to nature will make people want to save the planet. And then there was a woman from Alabama whose name I don't remember. Is it in front of you, her name? But
Catherine?
And she is, equity in climate change. And so it was very interesting to listen to her, and she talked a lot about how different her community is than this one, and how people in her community, some of them aren't even aware of climate change, and certainly aren't aware of what they can do to change their own homes or their own habits. And it was really interesting to listen to her talk. I thought she was actually the most interesting person to listen to, because it was, not us, not the choir.
From our community.
And, but Leah from RMI had some really interesting information about the IRA, stupidest name for that thing, and the amount of money that's left in that for climate change. I mean, it's billions. I believe out of the 420 billion, they've only spent 80 billion so far. So she was very excited about letting people know that there's a lot more money coming to make adaptation to climate change happen. And so that was cool. But I think for Greg and me, it was a little bit of a disappointment. We expected it to be sort of more information rather than cheerleading, I think. But
there you have it.
Yeah.
It was worth attending. Great buffet.
They have
Saw-
food
saw a lot
trucks?
of people
They have
we know.
food trucks?
No food truck, just our caterer who works part-time at ComDev. I'll think of the name, sorry. I'm
Well,
blanking.
the bar at Tack Hall makes the best old fashioned in the valley, just so you know.
Well, but the
So
point.
sorry I missed it.
The point was, education's critical, building a workforce that can do the work, so important. And then keeping our eyes on the prize, which is electrification. So that's kind of the message that came through very loud and clear.
Yeah, I did ask about lithium mining. Brian dodged it. I asked him, he dodged
We
it.
talked about
Chris,
batteries.
but Chris answered it, and he said the same thing that Auden said. It's not great, but it's way better than oil and gas, and it's what we've got right now. Basically, is what they said. So, well, with that,
I real quick, I do have a
okay.
request at some point. I'd like the board to discuss the process we use for funding nonprofits, be they operation or capital now, because we're seeing a lot of nonprofits coming in for requests for capital funds. And we do have the Healthy Community Fund process that we've been very good about sticking to. And I just feel that we might be deviating from that. And we need to decide what we're gonna do about that, because when we have people knocking on our door and wanting funding for operations for their nonprofits, what are we doing to the nonprofits that we have go through the process with financials and plans and metrics and who they serve, rather than just somebody coming in and presenting to us? So I think we need to have a discussion with the board to see where we stand on that. 'Cause times are changing, and if we're gonna change our mind, we're gonna have to have an open discussion about it.
Yeah, and we'll probably have that opportunity during budget, because we are proposing a pool of money for capital requests for the board to consider, because so many are coming in, and
So we need to have
Yeah.
a process for that, just like we do for,
exactly.
That'll be in the discretionary fund.
I think we're going to set it up as a separate, rather than just adding to that 10,000. I think we're going to set up a separate fund, and I believe it's within the board's. It's in the proposed budget, so you all haven't approved it. You may
Haven't
not
seen it
approve
yet.
it. You haven't seen it yet. We set aside 250,000. That's in the numbers that you've seen. But it'd be geared, Patty, towards the capital requests, because the operating typically are coming through the Healthy Community Fund process. And so we can talk about
yeah, they're now
how to
starting
deal
to
with
come
those.
in without going through the process, and I just want to know where the board
Right.
stands on doing that.
Some of them I think will come out of various funds like open space and trails, or help rivers, or.
But some of them are coming.
There are pools of funds that they could come from that aren't coming from our discretionary, but we
I'm
still need to
saying,
talk about it.
I'm just saying funding in general. I don't care where the money's coming from. We have a process with nonprofits that we're not following, and we need to figure that out, if we're gonna follow it or not follow it.
Well, I think there's a difference between the Healthy Community Fund operational expenses or requests and the capital requests we're
right.
getting now.
Yeah, but the last one we had, the last two we had weren't capital, they were operational.
Rain stopped.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're adjourned.
All right,
Thank you.
tomorrow
Thank you.
noontime.
Thank you, Noah. Thanks a lot,
It's a long
Rosa.
day.
Got us out a minute early,
Thanks, Charlotte, again.
16 minutes early.
Oh, yeah.